Imagine losing your phone for a single day. For most of us, even that already feels strange. But not very long ago, people lived in a world where one message could take weeks to arrive, where travel sometimes meant no turning back, and where everyday life existed long before supermarkets, modern medicine, or many of the comforts we now barely even think about. For a little while, we leave the great kings and famous battles behind and drift instead into the forgotten corners of ordinary life, in a time where your own life may have looked nothing like it does today. So get comfortable, close your eyes, and let these stories slowly carry you into another time. When messages took weeks to arrive. Tonight, we explore a world in which communication was never immediate, never guaranteed, and almost never fast, even when people did everything right. A time when sending a message meant accepting that it might arrive weeks later, months later, or not arrive at all. For centuries, people lived in a world where words could only move as fast as a human body, an animal, or a ship could travel. There were no signals moving through wires, no voices crossing distance, and no way to correct a mistake once a message had left your hands. Every letter depended on roads, weather, schedules, and strangers doing their jobs correctly. Entire systems were built around delay, uncertainty, and waiting, and those systems worked well enough that societies functioned without speed. This story takes place mainly in Europe and across the Atlantic world, from the 17th to the 19th century, in the final centuries before the telephone appeared. It explains how people communicated, how long it truly took, and why this slow world felt normal to those who lived in it. Much of this knowledge disappeared so completely that modern listeners often underestimate how carefully organized this world actually was. Tonight, we rebuild that system step by step. When a message was expected to be late. Before telephones, before telegraphs, and long before anyone imagined instant communication, sending a message was an act that required planning, patience, and a clear understanding of delay. When a person sat down to write a letter, they did so knowing that the message would not move quickly, and that once it left their possession, it could not be changed, corrected, or recalled. There was no second version waiting in a draft folder, no backup copy stored elsewhere, and no way to explain additional details unless an entirely new letter was written and sent along the same slow path. A letter was a physical object, made of paper that could tear, ink that could fade, and wax seals that could break if handled carelessly. Once folded and sealed, it entered a world of movement that was entirely mechanical and human, depending on roads, animals, ships, and schedules that were often unreliable. In most European cities during the 17th and 18th centuries, letters did not leave immediately after being written. They were collected, sorted, and held until the next scheduled departure, which might be later that day, the next morning, or several days later, depending on the destination and the available transport. If you sent a letter from London to another town in England, you might expect it to arrive within several days under good conditions. If it was traveling to Paris, the journey would usually take more than a week, assuming favorable weather, safe crossings, and no interruptions along the route. If the destination was Rome, Vienna, or Madrid, the the letter could be in transit for weeks. Across the Atlantic, the delays became far longer. A letter sent from Europe to North America did not move according to a fixed schedule in the modern sense. It waited for a ship that was ready to sail, which depended on cargo, crew availability, weather, and political conditions. Once at sea, the letter traveled at the speed of wind and current, with no certainty of arrival date and no possibility of communication during the journey. For this reason, people did not measure communication only in days, but in seasons. It was common for families to send letters knowing that a reply might not come until the next season, or even the next year. News of births, deaths, and major events often arrived long after they had already reshaped the lives of those involved. This delay was not considered a failure of the system. It was the system. Because everyone understood these limitations, expectations were adjusted accordingly. Urgent decisions were avoided when possible, and long-term planning was preferred over quick reaction. Merchants sent instructions knowing that prices might change before the letter arrived. Governments issued orders knowing that local officials would need to interpret them without clarification. Families shared information without expecting immediate response, trusting that silence often meant nothing more than distance. The most important thing to understand about this world is that messages were expected to be late. They were expected to wait in bags at relay stations, to sit in offices until the next courier arrived, and to be delayed by weather, illness, or damaged roads. Loss was also expected, because letters could fall into rivers, be stolen, or disappear when a messenger failed to complete their journey. Despite all this, societies functioned. They functioned because systems were built to manage slowness rather than eliminate it, and because people learned to think in extended timelines rather than immediate outcomes. This was communication before speed existed as a concept. People did not expect messages to arrive quickly, clearly, or safely. They expected delay, uncertainty, and long periods of silence, and they organized their lives around those expectations. What made this world function was not technology, but structure. Behind every letter was a network of roads, relay stations, inns, ports, ships, and schedules that connected cities and continents in slow but predictable ways. In the next chapter, we will step away from individual letters and look at that system itself. We will see how post routes were organized, how couriers moved from station to station, how ships carried information across oceans, and why waiting weeks or months for news was not considered extraordinary, but normal. The roads that carried words. To understand how people communicated before telephones, it is necessary to understand the physical network that carried their messages, because every word depended on roads, paths, rivers, ports, and the people who moved along them. In early modern Europe, communication did not float through the air or travel through wires, but followed the same routes as trade, travel, and armies, using roads that had often existed for centuries and were improved only slowly over time. These roads were not smooth, wide, or reliable in the modern sense. Most were made of packed earth or rough stone, and many became difficult or even unusable after heavy rain, snow, or long periods of use. Carts sank into mud, horses tired quickly, and travelers often had to walk beside their animals to reduce the load. Because of this, Communication routes were carefully planned around what was possible, not what was ideal. Messages did not travel in straight lines. They followed valleys, avoided steep terrain, crossed rivers only at known bridges or ferry points, and passed through towns where food, shelter, and fresh animals could be found. Along these routes, governments and private organizations built relay systems which allowed messages to move farther than any single person or animal could travel alone. A courier would carry a bag of letters from one station to the next, where the bag would be handed over, logged, and passed to another courier, often within the same day if conditions allowed. These relay stations were usually located in inns, post houses, or government buildings, spaced at distances that a horse could cover without exhaustion. The exact distance varied, but the idea was simple. Keep both the animal and the messenger functional, because speed depended on endurance, not force. At each station, time passed. Letters were received, checked, and sometimes held until enough mail had accumulated to justify the next departure. This waiting was not seen as inefficiency, but as normal operation, because movement depended on schedules rather than urgency. In many regions, mail left only on certain days. If a letter arrived just after a scheduled departure, it might wait several days before continuing its journey, even if the next town was not far away. People knew this. They wrote letters with this knowledge and timed their actions accordingly. Sending a message was not a single action, but the start of a process that unfolded slowly over time. Long-distance communication required cooperation between dozens or even hundreds of people, most of whom never knew the sender or the receiver. Each person in the chain had a specific role. Someone maintained the road, someone fed the horses, someone recorded arrivals and departures in ledgers, someone guarded the mail overnight. If one part failed, everything slowed. Weather played a constant role. Heavy rain could delay messages for days. Snow could stop movement entirely. Flooded rivers forced couriers to wait until crossings reopened. There was no way to reroute instantly. There was no warning sent ahead. Delays were discovered only when they had already happened. Because of this, communication was never separated from geography. People knew which routes were fast, which were dangerous, and which were unreliable during certain seasons. Winter changed schedules. Spring floods altered expectations. Summer heat exhausted animals more quickly. The calendar mattered. So did daylight. Many couriers traveled only during daylight hours because roads were unsafe at night and navigation was difficult without artificial light. This meant that even under good conditions, messages rested every evening and resumed the next day. Over long distances, these pauses added up. Yet this system was considered advanced. Compared to earlier centuries, when messages traveled only when someone happened to be going in the right direction, organized post routes represented a major improvement. They created predictability. People could estimate arrival times, even if those estimates were measured in weeks rather than hours. They learned to say things like, "You should hear from me in about a month," and mean it. This physical network shaped how societies worked. It encouraged long-term planning and discouraged sudden decisions. It favored written agreements over spoken ones, because writing could travel farther and last longer. It created a shared understanding that communication required patience. In the next chapter, we will follow a message beyond land and into the world of ships and sea routes, where distance became even harder to measure and time depended entirely on wind, weather, and chance. When messages entered the sea, once a message left the land and entered the world of ships, communication became slower, less predictable, and far more uncertain, because the sea followed no schedule and offered no guarantees. A letter traveling by ship did not depart when the sender was ready. It departed when a ship was ready. This difference shaped everything. Ships waited for cargo, crew, favorable winds, and safe conditions, and letters were treated as just one small part of a much larger operation that existed for trade, not for communication. If a merchant ship was delayed, the letters waited. If no ship was sailing in the right direction, the letters stayed in port. In many European ports, mail could remain in storage for weeks before a suitable vessel appeared. There was no fixed departure time, no weekly guarantee, and no way to speed the process. People accepted this. They knew that sending a letter overseas meant surrendering control. Once the letter was loaded onto a ship, it disappeared into a world without updates. There was no way to know where the ship was, whether it was delayed, damaged, or lost, or whether it would ever arrive at its destination. Weeks could pass without any information. Sometimes months passed. A transatlantic crossing in the 18th century often took 6 to 8 weeks under good conditions, but storms, poor winds, or navigational errors could double that time. Some journeys lasted 3 months or more. During that entire period, the message existed somewhere on the ocean, carried inside a wooden hull, surrounded by water, dependent on wind and human skill. Ships followed routes, but those routes were flexible rather than fixed. Captains adjusted their course based on weather, currents, and danger, which meant that no two journeys were exactly the same. This made arrival dates impossible to predict with accuracy. For the people waiting on land, silence was normal. A letter sent in spring might not arrive until late summer. A reply might not return until winter, or even the following year. Because of this, overseas communication was often written in a careful and complete way. Writers tried to include everything that might matter, because they knew there would be no chance to clarify details later. Questions were grouped together. Instructions were written broadly rather than precisely. A single letter often contained news, requests, explanations, and decisions all at once. If that letter was lost at sea, everything in it was lost too. Shipwrecks were not rare. Storms damaged vessels. Navigation errors led ships onto reefs or unfamiliar shores. Piracy and war added further risk. Letters could sink with the ship, burn in fires, or be seized and destroyed. People understood this risk and lived with it. They did not assume communication would succeed. They hoped it would. Ports developed routines to manage this uncertainty. Incoming ships were watched closely, and their arrival became an event. News spread quickly when a vessel appeared on the horizon, because everyone knew that letters might be on board. Families gathered. Merchants prepared records. Officials waited for instructions that might already be outdated. When the mail was unloaded, it was sorted slowly and carefully. Wet letters were dried. Damaged seals were noted. Missing correspondence was accepted without surprise. This process could take days. Only then did the letters continue their journey inland, entering the land-based network again and facing further delays. For people living in this world, Overseas communication was measured not in speed, but in cycles. Spring departures, autumn arrivals, winter waiting. Life adjusted to this rhythm. People married, traded, governed, and planned without expecting fast answers from far away. They trusted that messages would arrive eventually, and if they did not, they adapted. This way of thinking shaped entire societies. It encouraged patience, caution, and long-term perspective. It discouraged constant revision and immediate reaction. In the next chapter, we look at what happened when communication failed completely, how letters were lost, delayed, or misunderstood, and how entire lives could slowly drift apart because of it. When messages did not arrive. For people living before telephones, one of the most accepted facts of communication was that messages did not always arrive, and when they failed, there was often no clear explanation and no way to correct the loss. A letter could disappear at almost any point in its journey. It could be misplaced at a post house, damaged by rain while being carried, stolen along a road, dropped into a river, or lost when a ship never reached its destination. In many cases, no record remained of what had happened, because tracking individual letters was rare and incomplete. People understood this risk from the beginning. When a letter was sent, the sender did not assume success. They assumed uncertainty. This shaped how messages were written and how decisions were made. Important information was often repeated across multiple letters, sent on different days or even on different routes, in the hope that at least one copy would survive the journey. Merchants, governments, and families learned that redundancy was not wasteful, but necessary. Even with these precautions, loss was common. Records from postal systems in the 18th and early 19th centuries show that missing mail was frequent enough to be expected, especially during wartime or bad weather seasons. Ships disappeared without warning, and with them vanished months of correspondence. For the people waiting, silence was the only signal. There was no notification of failure, no message explaining delay, no confirmation that something had gone wrong. Weeks passed, then months. At some point, people stopped waiting for a reply and made decisions without it. This moment was never fixed. It depended on distance, season, and experience. A merchant waiting for news from another European city might grow concerned after several weeks. Someone waiting for a letter from across the ocean might wait an entire year before concluding that it was lost. Even then, certainty was impossible. Sometimes letters arrived long after they were assumed gone. This created confusion. A decision made under the assumption of silence might suddenly be challenged by information that was no longer relevant. Orders arrived too late. Instructions conflicted with actions already taken. These misunderstandings were not seen as errors of communication technology because no better alternative existed. They were accepted as part of life in a large, connected world. To manage this uncertainty, people developed habits. They wrote cautiously. They avoided urgent language unless absolutely necessary. They left room for interpretation. Many letters included phrases that allowed flexibility, such as instructions that applied if circumstances permit, or according to your judgment. This language was not vague by accident, but by design. It allowed local actors to make decisions without waiting for confirmation. Governments relied heavily on this approach. Officials sent general guidance rather than precise commands, knowing that by the time a letter arrived, the situation might already be different. Local authorities were expected to act independently within broad limits. This reduced the damage caused by delay. It also increased the importance of trust. Trust in messengers, trust in local judgment, trust in systems that move slowly but steadily. When communication failed completely, people adapted. They resent letters. They changed plans. They relied on memory and experience rather than instruction. Silence did not always mean disaster. Often, it simply meant distance. Over time, societies became skilled at functioning without constant information. They learned to operate in uncertainty. This ability to continue despite missing information was not accidental. It was learned, practiced, and reinforced over generations. In the next chapter, we will look at how people tried to reduce this uncertainty by building more reliable systems, improving organization, and creating routines that made slow communication as dependable as possible. How people learned to control delay. Because slow communication could not be avoided, people focused instead on making it more reliable, more predictable, and easier to live with, even when messages still took weeks or months to arrive. Over time, postal systems became more organized, not by increasing speed dramatically, but by reducing uncertainty wherever possible. Schedules were one of the most important tools. In many regions, mail departures were fixed to certain days of the week, so people knew when a letter would leave and could plan around that moment. Even if the journey itself was long, knowing the starting point helped people manage expectations. Post houses became more formal places. They kept written records of incoming and outgoing mail, noted dates, and sometimes recorded unusual delays. These ledgers did not track every letter in detail, but they created a sense of order and accountability within the system. Couriers followed set routes. They knew which inns would accept mailbags, which stations would have fresh horses, and which roads were safest at different times of year. Experience mattered more than speed, because a delayed message was better than a lost one. People also learned how to write differently. Letters were structured to survive delay. They often began by acknowledging how much time had passed since the last communication, because this was always uncertain. Writers explained context carefully, knowing the reader might be responding to an earlier situation. Important decisions were explained in full rather than announced briefly, so that the receiver could understand not just what was decided, but why. This reduced confusion when replies arrived late. Copies became more common. Merchants and officials sometimes kept handwritten copies of important letters, not to send again immediately, but to remember what had been said if months passed without response. This practice slowly improved continuity. Payment systems also adapted. Postal fees were often paid by the recipient rather than the sender, which meant that people expected to receive mail and were prepared for it. This also reduced wasted effort on letters that were never collected. Trust played a central role. Because communication was slow, relationships depended on long-term reliability rather than constant confirmation. People judged others not by quick replies, but by consistency over time. Agreements were written with patience in mind. Contracts allowed for delay. Orders allowed for discretion. Plans assumed change. This way of thinking made slow communication workable. by the late 18th and early 19th centuries, these systems had become stable enough that large empires, global trade networks, and distant families could function across vast distances. People still waited. They still experienced loss. But the waiting was familiar, and the systems supporting it were trusted. Then, quietly, and without much warning, this world began to change. In the next chapter, we will look at what remains today from this slow system of communication, how quickly it disappeared, and why the habits of waiting it created still shape how people think, even in a world of instant messages. What remains after waiting disappeared? Today, almost nothing remains of the old world of communication, where messages moved slowly, waited in bags, and traveled for weeks without confirmation. Yet many of its structures and habits still exist beneath the surface of modern life. The physical systems that once carried letters did not disappear overnight. Roads that were built for couriers later carried trains. Ports that handled mail bags became centers for cables and data lines. Post houses turned into offices, warehouses, and stations that served new forms of transport. What changed was not the need for structure, but the speed at which information moved through it. When the telegraph appeared in the 19th century, it did not simply improve communication. It removed waiting as a central part of decision-making. For the first time, messages could arrive on the same day they were sent, even across great distances. This changed how governments acted, how businesses planned, and how people expected answers. Yet the habits of the older world did not disappear immediately. People continued to write long letters even when faster options became available. They continued to explain context, repeat information, and allow for delay, because these habits had been learned over generations. Even today, traces of this thinking remain. Legal documents are still written with caution and detail. Formal agreements still allow time for response. Large organizations still move more slowly than technology allows, because they were shaped in an era where delay was normal. The idea that not everything requires an immediate answer comes directly from this earlier world. The greatest change was not technical, but psychological. Before instant communication, silence was neutral. It did not automatically signal problems, rejection, or urgency. Silence simply meant distance. People trusted that information would arrive when it could, and until then, life continued. In the modern world, silence is often uncomfortable. We expect confirmation. We expect updates. We expect to know where a message is and when it will arrive. These expectations would have been impossible to satisfy in the past. For most of human history, communication required patience, acceptance of uncertainty, and the ability to act without full information. That world was not slower because people lacked intelligence or organization. It was slower because movement itself was slow, and people learned to build stable systems around that fact. When we look back at this period, it can feel distant and difficult to imagine. Yet it functioned. Empires governed across continents. Families stayed connected across oceans. Trade operated on global scales. All of it depended on messages that took weeks to arrive. This world did not collapse because communication was slow. It ended because speed became possible. And once waiting disappeared, it never returned in the same way. What remains today is the quiet knowledge that time once shaped every message. and that entire societies learned how to live with delay as a normal part of life. When you walk into a supermarket today, you already know what you are going to buy, which brands you prefer, and maybe a missing item would slightly ruin your day. But for most people in history, getting food was far less predictable. If people from the past could see the endless aisles of food we now casually walk through every day, they might struggle to believe it at all. Tonight, we explore a time when food did not wait on shelves and was never guaranteed to be there tomorrow. It is a world where finding something to eat depended on land, season, and the work of many hands. This story takes place before the 20th century, in towns and villages where supermarkets did not exist, and food systems were small, local, and fragile. Daily meals depended on harvests, weather, distance, and simple tools, and even small problems could change what people ate for weeks. Food was not chosen from many options, but accepted from what was available at that moment. What was almost lost was not just convenience, but the knowledge of how daily life once moved around food. This chapter introduces that world and explains why food was never a small detail. It shaped time, work, and survival. A world without aisles. Before supermarkets existed, food was not something people picked up without thinking. It was something they planned for carefully, because every meal depended on work that started long before it reached the table. For most people, eating was the final result of many steps that were easy to see and hard to replace. Food came from fields, gardens, animals, rivers, and nearby forests, and each source depended on conditions that could change quickly. If one step failed, there was no easy solution waiting somewhere else. In this world, there was no single place where all food could be found. Instead, food existed in many separate locations, such as farms, storage rooms, market squares, and kitchens, each one playing a small but important role. What connected these places was time and effort, not convenience. The most common question people faced each day was not what they wanted to eat, but what could be eaten at all. That answer changed often, sometimes from one week to the next. Grain depended on the last harvest and how well it was stored. Vegetables followed the seasons closely and disappeared when the weather changed. Meat depended on slaughter days and could not be eaten whenever someone wished. Fish arrived only when water, weather, and travel allowed it. When something was gone, it was simply gone. There was no replacement. People did not expect food to always be available. The idea of constant choice did not exist yet. They understood that food lived within clear limits set by land, time, and human effort. If bread was needed, grain had to exist first, then be carried to a mill, then be turned into flour, and finally baked. When a river ran low or a tool broke, the entire process slowed or stopped. Every step was visible and understood. Nothing was hidden. Markets played an important role, but they were very different from modern stores. They appeared only on certain days and disappeared again by evening. Farmers arrived early, often after walking or riding for hours. They brought what they could carry and what would still be good by the time they arrived. Once an item was sold, there was no more of it that day. Markets were not built around choice or comfort. They existed to move food from one place to another. Most food did not travel far from where it was produced. Heavy and fresh items stayed close because distance meant risk. Milk was used near the farm where it came from. Vegetables moved only short distances. Grain traveled farther because it could last longer. Salt traveled the farthest because it did not spoil at all. Without cooling, time changed food quickly. A delay of even one day could affect safety or taste, and sometimes both. Because of this, people paid close attention to how long food had already existed. Meals repeated often, not because of tradition, but because of necessity. People ate what could be grown, stored, and prepared with the tools they had. Bread appeared on tables almost every day. Soups and thick porridges filled bowls again and again. Meat was limited and usually saved for certain days or events. Fruit appeared briefly and then vanished with the season. Food was meant to keep the body working. Pleasure came second. Storage was as important as production. Homes were built with food in mind. Cellars were dug deep to stay cool. Pantries were kept dark and dry. Containers were closed tightly to keep insects and air away. Waste was dangerous because loss today meant hunger later. People learned these rules early in life through watching and doing, not through written instructions. Mistakes had lasting effects. What makes this world feel distant today is not only hardship, but uncertainty. Food was never fully secure, and planning never ended. In the modern world, food appears without effort and disappears without thought. Its journey is hidden, and its limits are easy to forget. Before supermarkets, food was always present as a physical thing that took up space, changed over time, and demanded attention. Every day began with the same practical question, asked quietly and without drama. What do we have, and how long will it last? In the next chapter, we will look at the physical world that shaped this system. The land, the villages, the roads, and the seasons that decided what could be eaten long before food ever reached the table. The landscape that fed everyone. The world before supermarkets was shaped first by land and weather, not by buildings or systems. Where people lived decided what they ate, because food could only come from places that were close enough to reach and familiar enough to manage. Most people lived near the source of their food. Villages formed around fields, rivers, forests, and grazing land because distance made survival harder. Travel was slow, often done on foot or with animals, and roads were rough, narrow, or seasonal. This meant that food systems were local by necessity, not by design. The land was never neutral. Soil quality, rainfall, temperature, and sunlight all shaped what could grow and when. In some regions, grain fields dominated the landscape and bread became the center of daily meals. In others, rocky ground or colder climates limited crops, and people depended more on animals, dairy, or preserved foods. Seasons controlled everything. Spring brought planting and early greens. Summer allowed growth but demanded constant work. Autumn was the most important time, when crops were harvested and stored. Winter was a period of careful use, when food was eaten slowly and supplies were watched closely. These cycles were known by everyone. They were not written down as schedules, but remembered through repetition and experience. Villages were built with food movement in mind. Fields lay just outside homes. Paths connected farms to storage buildings and market squares. Rivers acted as natural roads, carrying grain, salt, fish, and tools much faster than land travel allowed. Still, movement was limited. A journey of 20 or 30 kilometers could take most of a day. Carrying heavy food made travel even slower. Because of this, people planned carefully and avoided unnecessary trips. Markets appeared where roads crossed or near water, not for comfort, but for efficiency. These locations allowed farmers and traders to reach as many people as possible in a short time. The landscape decided where exchange could happen. Animals were part of this system as well. Oxen, horses, donkeys, and mules pulled carts and carried loads, but they also needed food themselves. Their strength came from the same land that fed humans, which added another limit to how much could move and how far. Forests provided wood, nuts, berries, and game, but they were managed carefully. Overuse could mean future shortage. Rivers offered fish and fresh water, but floods or droughts could change access without warning. Nothing was stable for long. Even storage depended on landscape. Cool, dry ground allowed cellars to be dug. In warmer areas, food had to be dried or salted more quickly. Snow, ice, and wind were used as tools when possible, but never fully controlled. Because of this, every region developed its own food habits, not out of preference, but out of adaptation. People ate what the land allowed them to eat. They learned its limits and worked within them. This landscape did not provide abundance. It provided boundaries. Understanding those boundaries was the difference between having enough and going without. That knowledge shaped daily routines, work patterns, and long-term planning. In the next chapter, we will move from the land itself to the daily actions of people living within it. We will follow how food was actually obtained step by step from its source to the table. Getting food step by step. Getting food before supermarkets was never a single action. It was a long sequence of steps that followed one another in a fixed order, and each step depended on time, effort, and planning. For many households, the process began close to home. Small gardens behind houses or beside fields provided vegetables, herbs, and sometimes fruit. But these gardens were limited in size and depended heavily on the season. They could not supply everything a family needed, and they could fail during cold, wet, or dry periods. Grain production required much more coordination. Fields were often shared, and work followed a strict calendar that everyone understood. Planting, weeding, and harvesting were done by hand, and each task took days or weeks to complete. Missing the right moment could reduce the entire harvest. Food did not move quickly from field to table. After harvest, grain had to dry before it could be stored. It was kept in sacks or bins and protected from moisture, insects, and rodents. Only then could it be taken to a mill, which might be several kilometers away. A trip to the mill could take most of a day. People waited their turn because many families depended on the same millstone. If the water level was too low or the wheel was damaged, the work stopped. Flour returned home heavier than before. Only after that could bread be baked. Vegetables followed a different rhythm. Some were eaten fresh, but many had to be prepared for storage. They were cleaned, cut, dried, or placed in cool rooms to slow decay. Meat required even more planning. Animals were not slaughtered whenever someone wanted. Slaughter happened on specific days, often shared between families, because fresh meat spoiled quickly. When an animal was killed, everything happened at once. Meat was cut, salted, smoked, or cooked immediately. Nothing could be delayed. Nothing could be wasted. For households without land, food came through markets and local sellers. These people depended entirely on what others brought. Market days were fixed and predictable, but supply was not. People often left home early, sometimes before sunrise, to arrive on time. They carried baskets, cloth bags, or wooden containers, knowing they had to bring everything back themselves. At the market, there was little choice. Shoppers did not compare dozens of options. They accepted what was available, judged quality quickly, and bought what they could afford. Once food was sold, it was gone. The journey home mattered as much as the purchase itself. Heavy items slowed movement. Soft or fresh food required care. Without packaging, protection came from skill and habit. People knew how to balance baskets, how to wrap food in cloth, and how to avoid damage during long walks. Back at home, food entered its most important stage. Preparation was done with the future in mind. Bread dough was mixed to last several days. Soups were cooked in large pots and reheated again and again. Cooked food was combined with fresh food to stretch supplies. Every meal involved calculation. How much should be eaten now? How much must be saved? How many days remain before the next market or harvest? These questions were not stressful in the moment. They were normal. Children grew up watching these decisions. They learned when food was plentiful and when it was not. They understood that eating was connected to time, not desire. Nothing in this system was fast, but everything had a purpose. Food moved slowly through hands, tools, and rooms that were used in the same way year after year. People knew the order of tasks by memory. They knew what could wait and what could not. They knew when a delay would cause loss. This step-by-step system worked only because everyone respected its limits. In the next chapter, we will look at what happened when those limits were crossed. When the system failed. The food system before supermarkets worked only as long as every part stayed in balance. It had very little space for error, and when something went wrong, the effects were felt quickly and clearly. One of the most common problems was weather. Too much rain could rot crops before harvest. Too little rain could stop them from growing at all. A late frost in spring or an early frost in autumn could destroy weeks of work in a single night. When this happened, the loss was not abstract. It meant less grain in storage, fewer vegetables in the cellar, and difficult decisions months later. Food shortages rarely appeared all at once. They developed slowly. At first, meals became smaller. Ingredients were stretched further. Fresh food disappeared earlier than usual in the season. People noticed these changes immediately because they knew their routines well. A missing item on the table was a warning. Distance could also break the system. Roads were often in poor condition, especially in winter or after heavy rain. A flooded path or damaged bridge could stop food from reaching a town or village. Markets depended on these routes. If farmers could not travel, stalls stayed empty. If traders were delayed, food arrived late or spoiled on the way. And there was no alternative supply waiting elsewhere. In coastal areas, storms could keep fishing boats on land for days or weeks. Rivers could freeze, cutting off transport that many communities relied on. When movement stopped, food stopped with it. Storage, which was meant to protect food, could also fail. Cellars flooded. Grain bins attracted insects or rodents. Salt supplies ran low. These problems were often discovered too late. Once food spoiled, it could not be recovered. A single mistake in storage could affect an entire season. Moldy grain meant no bread. Spoiled meat meant lost protein and wasted labor. Because supplies were limited, loss always mattered. Timing was another constant risk. Many food processes depended on doing the right thing at the right moment. Grain had to be dried properly before storage. Meat had to be preserved immediately after slaughter. Vegetables had to be stored before cold weather arrived. If these moments were missed, food decayed quickly. There were no machines to correct errors, no chemicals to slow spoilage, no second chances. Illness and injury also disrupted food systems. When a farmer became sick or a worker was injured, tasks went undone. Fields were left unattended. Harvests were delayed. Because food production depended on human labor, personal problems became community problems. Families helped one another when possible, but help had limits. In years when many people were affected at once, the system weakened everywhere. When shortages became severe, people changed how they ate. Foods that were normally saved were used earlier. Less filling meals became common. In some cases, people left their homes to search for food elsewhere. This was dangerous and uncertain, but sometimes necessary. Hunger did not arrive suddenly. It moved slowly, marked by smaller portions and repeated meals that offered little nutrition. The system did not collapse often, but it bent under pressure. And when it bent too far, recovery took years. What made these failures especially serious was the lack of distance between cause and effect. People could see exactly why food was missing. A failed harvest meant empty sacks. A blocked road meant no market. A spoiled store meant nothing left to use. There was no buffer, no hidden reserve. The system survived because people understood its risks and tried to manage them carefully. But even the best planning could not control weather, illness, or time. In the next chapter, we will look at how people tried to protect themselves against these failures, the methods, routines, and structures they used to keep food edible and available for as long as possible. Keeping food alive. Because the food system before supermarkets was fragile, people spent as much time protecting food as they did producing it. Keeping food edible for as long as possible was not a special skill practiced by a few, but a shared knowledge that shaped daily routines in every household. Preservation began the moment food was ready to be used. Nothing was left unattended, because time worked against everything that was fresh. Grain was the foundation of most diets, and it received the most careful attention. After harvest, it was dried slowly and thoroughly, often spread out in thin layers and turned by hand. Any remaining moisture could lead to mold, which meant the entire supply might be lost. Once dry, grain was stored in sealed containers or raised bins to protect it from insects and animals. People checked these stores regularly. They listened for movement, looked for signs of damage, and reacted quickly when something seemed wrong. Protection was ongoing, not a one-time task. Vegetables required a different approach. Some were eaten fresh, but most had to be kept through colder months. Root vegetables such as onions, carrots, and turnips were placed in cool, dark cellars where temperature stayed stable. Others were dried in the open air or hung from beams inside kitchens and storage rooms. Cabbages were sometimes stored whole, layered carefully to avoid contact that could spread rot. These methods were simple, but they worked only when done correctly. Small mistakes spread quickly, turning one spoiled item into many. Meat preservation was urgent and intense. Once an animal was slaughtered, there was little time. Fresh meat was cut into portions immediately. Some pieces were cooked at once. Others were salted heavily to remove moisture, then hung to dry or placed in smokehouses where slow fires burned for days. Smoking did more than dry meat. It added protection by coating the surface and slowing decay. The process required constant attention to heat, airflow, and timing. Salt was valuable because it extended life. Communities guarded their salt supplies carefully, knowing that without it, much of their food could not be saved. Milk and dairy presented special challenges. Fresh milk spoiled quickly, especially in warm weather. To extend its use, milk was turned into butter, cheese, or yogurt as soon as possible. These products lasted longer and could be stored or traded. Cheese making followed strict routines, with careful control of temperature and timing, learned through practice rather than written rules. Failure meant loss. Fermentation played a quiet but important role. Cabbage became sauerkraut. Grains turned into beer or bread. Vegetables were submerged in brine to change rather than decay. These processes did not stop time, but they redirected it. Food became something new, with a longer life and different use. People trusted these methods because they had seen them work year after year. They did not fully understand the science, but they understood the results. Storage spaces were designed with food in mind. Homes included cellars, pantries, lofts, and sheds, each serving a specific purpose. Cool spaces slowed decay. Dry spaces protected grain. Dark spaces preserved flavor and texture. These rooms were checked often. Food was rotated so older supplies were used first. Nothing was forgotten. Preservation shaped daily habits. People planned meals around what needed to be used soon and what could wait. They knew which foods could be stretched and which could not. Keeping food alive required constant awareness. It was not enough to grow or buy food once. People watched weather changes. They adjusted storage when seasons shifted. They responded quickly to signs of spoilage. This work rarely appeared in records, but it filled countless hours. It was repetitive, physical, and essential. Because of these efforts, communities survived periods of shortage. Preserved food filled gaps between harvests and markets. It provided stability in an uncertain system. The success of these methods did not remove risk, but it reduced it. Food could last longer, travel farther, and support larger populations. Yet even preserved food had limits. Nothing lasted forever. In the final chapter, we will look at what remains of this system today, how traces of this way of life still exist, and how the arrival of supermarkets changed the relationship between people and food forever. What remains today? Much of the world described in this story no longer exists in the same form. Supermarkets, refrigeration, global transport, and industrial farming have changed how food is produced, moved, and consumed. Food is now available in large quantities, at almost any time, and in places far removed from where it was grown. The distance between people and food has grown. Today, most food travels long paths before it reaches a table. Grain is harvested in one country, processed in another, and eaten in a third. Fruit appears outside its natural season. Meat is prepared far from the place where animals are raised. The work that once filled daily life now happens out of sight. Because of this, many of the limits that shaped earlier food systems are no longer felt directly. Shortages are buffered by storage, transport, and scale. A failed harvest in one region is often replaced by supply from another. Certainty has replaced planning. Yet parts of the older system remain. Open-air markets still exist, especially in smaller towns and cities. They appear on fixed days, sell what is available, and disappear again by evening. Seasonal food still arrives and leaves according to weather and time. Some households still preserve food. Vegetables are pickled. Fruit is turned into jam. Meat is smoked or cured. These practices are no longer necessary for survival, but they follow the same logic. Farms still depend on land and weather. Harvests still fail. Animals still require care. The difference is scale, not process. Modern systems hide uncertainty rather than remove it. Food appears stable because risk is spread across many places, people, and machines. The old system placed that risk close to daily life. People could see it, plan around it, and respond directly. What has been lost is not only hardship, but awareness. Before supermarkets, food shaped time. Days were planned around markets. Seasons defined meals. Storage decided how long supplies would last. Eating was connected to work, place, and repetition. Today, food fits into schedules rather than shaping them. This story does not ask for a return to that earlier world. It simply shows how different life once was, when food could not be taken for granted. Before supermarkets, meals reflected land, weather, and labor. They carried the marks of distance and time. Food was never invisible. It was present in rooms, routines, and decisions. And every meal was the result of a system that worked carefully, slowly, and within clear limits. That system is mostly gone, but its traces remain quietly in markets, kitchens, and habits that still remember a time when getting food was the work of everyday life. Today, a sore throat, a fever, or a simple infection often means a visit to the doctor, a few days of rest, and then life moves on. But for many people in history, even something small could slowly become the beginning of the end. A minor wound, a bad cough, or an ordinary illness could change an entire family's future. In a world where medicine understood far less than it does today. And because of that, everyday life often carried a quiet uncertainty that a lot of us rarely have to think about anymore. What simple diseases once meant the end. Tonight, we explore a time when ordinary sickness quietly decided lives, not through drama or catastrophe, but through routines that simply stopped working. We are in a world before antibiotics, before reliable treatment, before recovery could be expected. Illness appears first in small, familiar ways. A fever, a cough, a wound that refuses to close. Daily life continues around it, with meals prepared, animals fed, work attempted as usual. Homes are simple, crowded, and built to endure weather more than sickness. Water is carried by hand, bedding is shared, and rest is limited by necessity. There is no clear moment when sickness becomes dangerous. Only the slow change in what a body can no longer do. From here, we enter the ordinary spaces where these changes began. Daily life before recovery. In earlier centuries, people did not live with the idea that the body could always be repaired. Illness was not treated as an interruption. It was understood as part of ordinary life, something that appeared and disappeared without explanation. Most people lived within a fixed rhythm. Days followed each other with little variation. Morning led to work, work led to meals, and meals led to rest. This rhythm continued whether people felt strong or weak. Sickness did not remove someone from life. It stayed inside it. There was no sharp line between being healthy and being ill. The body often felt tired, strained, or uncomfortable. Pain and weakness were familiar states. Because of this, early illness rarely stood out. It looked like many other forms of daily exhaustion. People judged health by function, not by feeling. If someone could stand, walk, speak, or eat, they were considered capable. Discomfort was expected. Slowness was tolerated. Only complete collapse marked a serious change. Homes were shared spaces, not places of care. They existed to provide shelter and warmth. Recovery was not planned for. Privacy was limited. Air, beds, and daily routines were shared without separation. Illness moved quietly through these spaces. It did not announce itself. It did not demand attention. It existed alongside work, conversation, and rest, often unnoticed at first. Most sickness passed. Fevers lowered. Coughs faded. Strength returned slowly. This created a deep trust in endurance. People believed that the body, given time, would correct itself. Because recovery often happened, waiting became the main response. Care meant allowing time to pass. It meant continuing daily life while watching for improvement. There was little reason to imagine another approach. Rest was unstructured. Sleep happened when work allowed it. Comfort was simple. There were no dedicated periods for healing. Recovery, if it came, arrived gradually. Households adjusted quietly. Tasks shifted without comment. Someone worked less. Someone else took over. These changes were practical, not emotional. Life continued with small rearrangements. Children learned this pattern early. They observed that sickness was tolerated but not centered. They learned that weakness did not stop obligation. They also learned that sometimes strength did not return. There was no shared language for prevention. Knowledge stayed close to home. It came from memory and habit. What had worked before was repeated. What had not worked was remembered, but rarely understood. Because illness was common, it did not yet inspire fear. It was familiar. It was expected. It belonged to life in the same way weather and fatigue did. In this world, illness was not immediately associated with death. It was a state to move through, not an ending. Only later, when recovery failed to arrive, did sickness begin to take on a different meaning. In the next chapter, we step back and look at the wider world in which this way of living existed. The world illness belonged to. The household was only a small part of a larger world. Illness did not stay inside walls. It moved through the same environment as work, travel, trade, and daily contact. The wider world shaped how sickness appeared and how long it stayed. Most people lived close to one another. Homes were built near fields, workshops, roads, or water sources. Daily movement followed familiar paths. People met the same faces each day, often at close distance, often without choice. Distance was measured by effort, not by precision. Walking was the main form of travel. Journeys were slow and repetitive. The same routes were used again and again. What moved through these paths did so gradually, carried by people, animals, and goods. Water was shared. Wells, pumps, rivers, and storage containers served many households at once. The same water was used for drinking, cooking, and washing. It was judged by taste and appearance, not by safety. Clear water was considered good water. Markets gathered people together. Food, tools, animals, and cloth passed from hand to hand. Spaces were crowded. Contact was constant. Illness did not stop exchange. It moved quietly within it. Work required closeness. In workshops, people stood side by side. Tools were shared. Air was filled with dust, smoke, and breath. Small injuries were common. Cuts and wounds were treated quickly and simply. Then work resumed. Farming shaped the rhythm of life. Fields demanded attention in every season. Labor was physical and repeated. Bodies were strained daily. Fatigue was constant. Minor sickness blended into this effort without distinction. Weather influenced everything. Cold weakened bodies. Dampness lingered in homes and clothing. Heat reduced strength and water supply. Seasonal change was slow but unavoidable. Illness often followed these shifts without being recognized as connected to them. Homes offered little separation. Rooms served many purposes. Cooking, working, and sleeping happened in the same space. Smoke remained in the air. Ventilation was limited. Warmth was shared. What affected one person affected others as well. Children moved freely through this world. They spent time among adults, animals, and workspaces. They shared beds and meals. They carried routines forward without understanding risk or cause. There were no places dedicated to healing, no buildings set aside for early care, no systems to observe sickness before it became severe. Illness was handled where it appeared, using what was already there. Knowledge was practical and local. It came from experience, not testing. If something seemed to help, it was remembered. If it failed, it was avoided when possible. Causes were rarely clear. Because many people recovered, the world appeared stable. This reinforced trust in routine. Waiting was considered sufficient. Change was not expected or demanded. Within these conditions, illness moved easily. It followed people, work, water, and habit. It did not need permission or recognition. In this world, small changes in the body could grow unnoticed, simply because nothing existed to stop them early. In the next chapter, we move closer to the body itself and follow what happens when ordinary sickness begins to interfere more clearly with daily function. When ordinary illness turned serious. Most illness began in ways people already knew. It did not arrive suddenly, and it did not feel new. It entered life quietly, using signs that were already familiar. A fever was common. It appeared after cold nights, during certain seasons, or after long periods of work. Most fevers passed. Because of this, they were not feared at first. A warm body was expected to cool again with time. When a fever stayed, the change was slow. The body lost strength little by little. Rest did not restore energy. Drinking helped briefly, but weakness returned. Days passed without improvement. Still, waiting continued. Coughing was also familiar. It moved through homes every year. It followed damp air and crowded rooms. Many coughs ended quietly, some did not. They settled deeper, staying longer than expected. Breathing changed gradually. It became heavier, slower, or uneven. There were moments of ease, followed by effort again. As long as breath continued, danger was not assumed. Small wounds were part of daily life. Hands were cut by tools. Feet blistered from walking. Skin broke during work. These injuries were cleaned simply and left to heal on their own. Sometimes they did. Other times, pain increased. Swelling followed. Heat spread outward from the wound. The body weakened instead of recovering. There was no way to stop this process once it began. Stomach illness appeared suddenly. Food spoiled. Water carried unseen problems. The body emptied itself faster than it could replace what was lost. Weakness followed quickly. At first, this was treated as temporary. Rest was given. Water was offered. Waiting continued. When strength did not return, concern grew quietly, without direction. Tooth pain was endured for long periods. An aching tooth was part of life for many. Eating became difficult. Sleep was disturbed. When swelling appeared, fever often followed. The pain did not remain contained. Children became ill often. Fevers passed through households. Coughing sicknesses followed familiar paths. Many children recovered. Some did not. Small bodies lost strength faster and regained it more slowly. At the beginning, none of this felt final. Each illness looked like one that had been survived before. Memory encouraged patience. Waiting felt reasonable. People continued their routines. They worked when they could. They rested when necessary. They expected improvement because improvement had happened so many times before. When recovery did not arrive, time stretched. Days passed without change. Appetite remained low. Strength did not return. Sleep no longer helped. The body stopped rebuilding itself. Energy faded instead of returning. Movement became limited. Presence replaced participation. There was no clear moment of failure. Illness did not change suddenly. It remained the same, only heavier. What had once been manageable became permanent. A fever no longer lowered. A wound did not close. A cough did not loosen. These were not rare conditions. They were ordinary illnesses that refused to end. The danger was not dramatic. There was no sudden collapse. The body simply reached a point where it could no longer recover what it had lost. By the time this was understood, routine had already failed. Work had stopped. Care had taken its place. Life had narrowed around the weakened body. This was how simple illness became decisive. Not because it was unknown, but because it did not resolve. Not because it arrived suddenly, but because it stayed. By the time its meaning changed, there was little left to do but continue waiting. In the next chapter, we look at what was at risk when illness reached this stage, and why the failure of routine mattered so deeply. When ordinary life could no longer continue. There came a point when adjustment was no longer enough. Illness stopped fitting inside daily routine. The small changes that had been tolerated began to interrupt life itself. Work could no longer be shared easily. Tasks were left undone. Fields waited. Animals were tended less often. Inside the household, routines lost their balance. What had once been quietly redistributed now became noticeable. Absence became visible. A place at the table remained empty. A tool stayed unused. A bed was occupied during the day. These were signs that something had shifted, even if no one named it. Food became a concern. Eating less was no longer temporary. Strength did not return after meals. Weight was lost slowly. Hunger existed, but the body no longer responded to it in the same way. Sleep no longer helped. Rest increased, but improvement did not follow. Waking brought the same weakness as the night before. Time passed without change. Breathing drew attention. It sounded different. It required effort. These changes were heard by others, especially at night. Still, there was nothing to do except wait. The body could no longer support routine. Standing became difficult. Walking was limited. Sitting replaced movement. Eventually, even sitting required assistance. At this stage, illness changed its meaning. It was no longer something happening within life. It was something preventing life from continuing as before. Care became constant. Someone stayed nearby. Water was offered more often. Blankets were adjusted. These actions filled the day, replacing work and movement. The household felt the strain. Time was divided. Attention narrowed. Other responsibilities waited. Life slowed around the weakened body. There was no clear plan, no steps to follow, no expectation of intervention. Care meant presence and repetition. Hope remained quiet. Recovery was still possible, in theory. It had happened before. Waiting continued, because there was nothing else. When improvement did not arrive, time stretched further. Days blended together. Changes were slow and uneven. Some moments seemed better, others worse. Meaning was hard to assign. The risk was not only to the body, the household itself became vulnerable. Work stopped, food supplies thinned, energy was redirected toward care. Children noticed the change. The atmosphere shifted, movement slowed, voices softened. The normal rhythm was gone. Illness now shaped the household. It decided how time was spent. It determined what could and could not be done. At this point, sickness could no longer be ignored or absorbed. It had become the central condition around which everything else turned. For many, this was where outcomes diverged. Some bodies slowly recovered, others did not. There was no way to know which path was being taken. The same illness could lead to different endings. The difference was often invisible until it was too late. This uncertainty was the true danger. Not the sickness itself, but the lack of warning before routine collapsed. In this world, the failure of ordinary life was often the first sign that illness had become final. In the next chapter, we look at how people tried to keep life working even when recovery did not come, and what structures existed to hold things together. How life was held together. When recovery did not arrive, life did not stop all at once. Instead, it narrowed. Attention shifted away from the wider world and toward the immediate task of keeping things functioning. Care became routine. It was not organized or planned, but repeated. Water was offered. Food was prepared in smaller portions. Blankets were adjusted. These actions filled the hours and replaced other forms of work. There were no specialists to rely on. Care was given by those already present. Family members, neighbors, or others within the household took on the role without training or instruction. They did what had been done before. Time was measured differently. Days were no longer marked by work completed or distance covered. They were marked by small changes in condition, a quieter night, a calmer breath, a moment of strength, followed by weakness again. The household adapted its rhythm. Some tasks were abandoned, others were simplified. Effort was conserved where possible. The world outside continued, but at a slower pace for those closest to the illness. Food was managed carefully. Supplies were stretched. Meals were shared unevenly. Those who could eat did so. Those who could not were offered what they could manage. Nothing was wasted. Warmth became important. Cold weakened already fragile bodies. Fire, blankets, and shared space were used to maintain comfort. These were practical choices, not treatments. Knowledge was drawn from memory. People remembered similar moments. They recalled what had seemed to help before. Certain actions were repeated, not because they were proven, but because they were familiar. Waiting remained central. Time was allowed to pass. Improvement was still hoped for, even when it seemed unlikely. There was no clear point where waiting was replaced by acceptance. The wider community responded quietly. Neighbors might assist with work. Children might be watched. Food might be shared. These actions were informal and temporary. Life beyond the household adjusted as well. Absences were noticed. Responsibilities were redistributed. The world did not pause, but it bent slightly to accommodate the disruption. There was no language for outcome, no clear terms for recovery or failure, only observation over time, only the slow recognition of change. If strength returned, life expanded again. Tasks resumed, movement increased. The household returned to its earlier rhythm. Illness faded back into memory. If strength did not return, life contracted further. Movement ceased. Care filled the day completely. The outside world grew distant. Even then, structure remained. Meals were prepared. Fires were tended. Nights followed days. Routine provided stability when certainty was absent. In this way, life was held together, not through cures or intervention, but through repetition and presence. The same actions were performed again and again, because they were all that existed. Only later would it become clear how fragile this balance had always been. In the next chapter, we come to the quiet ending of this world, and to what remains today of these ordinary illnesses. What remains today? Over time, this way of living began to change. Not suddenly, and not everywhere at once. The world did not wake up one day with safety or certainty. The change came slowly, unevenly, and often without being noticed by those living through it. For a long period, nothing felt different. People continued to live as they always had. Illness still appeared. Bodies still weakened. Recovery still happened sometimes, and sometimes it did not. The old patterns continued alongside new ideas. Gradually, small shifts appeared. Some illnesses were noticed earlier. Some patterns were questioned. Certain outcomes became less common. These changes were subtle and uneven, and they did not remove fear or uncertainty right away. Knowledge began to move beyond the household. Experience was shared more widely. Observations were written down. What had once remained local started to travel further than memory and word of mouth. The body began to be observed differently, not only through function, but through signs and changes over time. Waiting was still common, but it was no longer the only response. Still, for many people, the old world remained familiar. In places far from new systems, illness continued to follow the same course it always had. Ordinary sickness could still become final. Recovery could still fail without warning. Even where change arrived, it did not erase the past. It replaced some dangers, but not all. The memory of fragility remained, carried quietly through generations. Today, many of these illnesses no longer carry the same meaning. A fever is measured, a wound is treated. Recovery is expected. The body is supported long before routine collapses. Because of this, the older world can feel distant, hard to imagine, easy to forget. The idea that ordinary sickness once decided lives can seem unreal, yet traces of that world remain. They exist in stories passed down, in habits that no longer have clear reasons, and in a deep trust in routine that still shapes daily life. They remain in language, in expressions about endurance, patience, and waiting, in the quiet expectation that the body will manage on its own. They remain in memory, in families that remember loss without explanation, in records that show absence where recovery was expected. Understanding this past does not require fear. It only requires recognition. Recognition of how recently this world existed and how fragile life once was. The calm we experience today was built slowly. It replaced uncertainty step by step. It did not arrive fully formed. Looking back, the danger was never dramatic. It was ordinary. It lived inside daily life, unnoticed until routine could no longer hold. This is what simple diseases once meant. Not sudden endings, but quiet limits. Not immediate danger, but slow collapse. And this is what has changed. Not the body itself, but the world surrounding it. The past settles here, not as a warning, but as context. A reminder of how much life once depended on waiting and how much now depends on early care. The story does not end in loss. It ends in contrast. Life continues quieter, safer, and more stable than before, but shaped by a world where simple illness once meant the end. It's easy to forget how much of modern life happens out of sight. Clean water appears with almost no effort. Waste disappears underground. And entire cities continue to function in ways most of us rarely stop to think about. But for most of history, people lived without modern plumbing, underground sewage systems, or many of the things we now consider completely normal. And somehow, cities still survived. How cities stayed clean before modern plumbing. Tonight we explore how ancient cities stayed clean in a world where waste could not disappear on its own. This story takes place thousands of years ago in large cities across the Mediterranean and the Indus Valley. Cities where people lived close together, often without private toilets or running water inside their homes. In many cases, waste had to be collected in containers and carried outside by hand. The street in front of a house was often considered the responsibility of the people living there. If waste stayed too long, fines could follow. Access to markets could be restricted, and neighbors would intervene. Repeated neglect did not usually lead to prison, but often meant losing the right to live and work inside the city. To prevent this, cities developed strict daily routines, physical layouts, and shared rules that everyone understood. These habits kept entire cities functioning for centuries. A city that had no place to hide. The city was already awake before the sun reached the street. Wooden shutters opened slowly, one after another. Hinges creaked. A latch released. A door scraped lightly across stone that had been worn smooth by years of contact. The street itself was narrow. Two people could pass each other if they turned slightly. In some places, the upper floors leaned forward so far that hands could almost meet above the street. Light arrived late here. When it did, it moved in a thin band across the ground and disappeared again. People stepped carefully. Bare feet touched stone that still held the cold of the night. Water jars were lifted from low tables and balanced against hips or shoulders. A short walk followed. Then another door opened. People lived close together. Houses shared walls on both sides. There were no gaps, no gardens between buildings, no space where problems could be ignored. If water spilled, it stayed where it fell. If food dropped, it was noticed quickly. If waste was left too long, the smell reached further than the person who caused it. Nothing disappeared by itself. Most homes did not have a private toilet. There was no room for one. Space inside was already limited to sleeping, storing tools, and preparing food. Waste was collected in containers. These were kept near the back of the house or in the coolest corner available. They were covered when possible. Carrying them outside was part of the day. It happened early, not because it was preferred, but because heat changed everything. As the day warmed, smell spread faster. Liquids dried slowly. Insects gathered. So movement happened before the sun climbed higher. Where waste was taken mattered. Some streets sloped gently downward. Water moved there, guided by stone that had been shaped long before. Other places stayed damp long after use. These were avoided. People did not need signs. They learned by watching. They noticed which corners attracted flies, which stretches of street smelled wrong by midday, which places were quiet in the morning but busy by afternoon. They remembered bad years, years when sickness arrived early, years when markets closed without warning, years when houses stayed dark longer than usual. These memories shaped behavior. Waste was not poured just anywhere. Dirty water was guided carefully, often toward the same routes each day. Food scraps were carried farther, sometimes toward the edges of the city. This did not change much from one day to the next. Children saw it happen and copied it. They learned where to walk and where not to stop. They learned which places were watched more closely. New residents learned quickly. Mistakes were visible. A blocked channel did not affect only one house. Water backed up. The smell lingered. People adjusted their paths. The street reacted before authorities did. Cleanliness was not a personal choice. It was a shared condition. The street in front of a house belonged to the people living there. If waste stayed too long, neighbors noticed. If the problem returned, access to shared spaces became difficult. This was not written down. It did not need to be. The city functioned because daily life allowed no distance between action and result. There were no hidden systems to correct neglect later. No underground structures to absorb mistakes quietly. Everything happened in view. This made people attentive, not clean in a modern sense, but careful. The city did not stay clean by accident. It stayed clean because forgetting was immediately visible. And every morning, as the city woke again, before the sun reached the street, the same actions were repeated, holding the balance in place. In the next chapter, the focus shifts from daily routines to the wider setting of the city. We will look at the environment, water sources, and conditions that shaped how these places functioned. Built where water could be controlled. The location of an ancient city was never chosen by chance. Long before streets were laid out or walls were raised, people paid close attention to the land itself, watching how it behaved across seasons and years. They observed where rainwater collected, where it drained away naturally, and which ground stayed usable long after storms had passed. Water was essential, but it was also dangerous. Cities were often built near rivers or natural springs, but rarely directly on the water's edge, because people had learned that a river too close could flood streets, while a river too far away made daily life heavy and slow. This balance, once discovered, shaped settlements for generations. The ground beneath the city mattered just as much. Clay soil held moisture longer, which made it useful for building but risky for waste. Stone and gravel drained faster, allowing water to move away more easily. Flat land allowed movement and construction, but trapped liquid. Sloped land demanded effort, yet helped waste travel downhill. These were not abstract ideas. Builders learned them by watching older settlements struggle or fail, noticing which places became unhealthy after heavy rains and which remained stable year after year. Over time, these observations became habits, repeated without written instruction. In cities near hills, gravity was used carefully. Water was guided from higher ground into visible channels cut into stone, moving slowly through streets and courtyards before leaving the city again. Nothing about this process was hidden, because hidden systems were difficult to repair. In flatter regions, space became the solution. Streets were laid out to allow water to spread briefly and then drain. Open areas allowed air to move, drying surfaces before decay could take hold. Drainage channels remained shallow, so blockages could be seen and corrected quickly. Climate added another layer of attention. In warmer regions, heat accelerated decay, making waste break down faster and smells travel further, which forced stricter routines and earlier movement. Water was used at the start of the day, and waste was removed before heat made the task more difficult. In cooler climates, decay slowed, but dampness lingered longer, turning standing water into a different kind of risk. Drainage mattered just as much, though for different reasons. Seasonal change shaped daily life without formal planning. During rainy months, streets were washed naturally, while in drier periods they were swept and maintained by hand. People adjusted their routines by observing the sky rather than consulting schedules. The environment was not separate from the city. Stone walls absorbed heat during the day and released it slowly at night. Narrow streets reduced direct sunlight, slowing evaporation. Courtyards allowed water to collect briefly before draining away. Every architectural choice had consequences. Cleanliness depended on these choices, long before rules or penalties were applied, because the city itself either supported daily routines or worked against them. Movement followed these conditions. Water carriers took familiar routes, shaped by slope and surface. Their timing influenced when waste could be removed. Small disruptions traveled quickly from one area to another. Nothing operated in isolation. A blocked channel in one district affected others downstream. Overflow moved. Problems shifted location. Living in these cities required attention, not curiosity, because attention kept the city usable from one season to the next. In the next chapter, the focus moves closer to the city's internal design. We will look at how streets, channels, and public spaces were shaped to manage waste and daily movement. The work that could not be delayed. Cleanliness in an ancient city depended on work that could not wait. There was no system that quietly corrected neglect overnight, and no moment when tasks could be postponed without consequence. The work began early, before markets opened and before workshops filled the streets with sound. People moved with purpose, lifting containers, checking lids, and filling water jars that would soon be carried through narrow passages. Waste was not removed all at once. It moved in stages, following routines shaped over years, from inside homes to shared spaces, from shared spaces into the streets, and from there toward the edges of the city. Each step had its own timing. If waste left the house too late, heat became a problem. If it stayed in the street too long, movement slowed and smells spread. People adjusted without discussion. They knew how long a container could remain covered, which routes avoided crowded areas, and when movement had to happen to prevent problems later in the day. Some tasks belonged to individual households. Water used for cooking or washing had to be carried away, and food scraps were gathered and removed before animals arrived. Other tasks were shared. In many cities, designated workers moved through the streets to collect waste or clear channels, carrying tools made for scraping, lifting, and guiding water away. Their presence set a rhythm. When they appeared, others followed, adjusting their own routines around the work being done. Channels were checked as people passed. Small blockages were removed by hand, while larger ones required tools and cooperation. Nothing about this work was hidden. People saw where waste went, watched how water moved after it was poured, and noticed immediately when a channel slowed or overflowed. Mistakes were corrected quickly. If water backed up, movement stopped until the problem was cleared. If waste collected in the wrong place, routes changed. Markets depended on this work. Food could not be displayed near standing water, and vendors avoided areas that smelled wrong. When a street failed to function, trade moved elsewhere. Public spaces required constant attention. Bathhouses, fountains, and meeting areas were used by many people, which meant problems spread faster and had to be addressed sooner. Cleaning did not happen once a day. It happened continuously, through small actions repeated without pause. Sweeping removed what could be carried by wind. Scraping cleared what stuck to stone. Water guided the rest away. No single action kept the city clean. It was the accumulation of many small actions, performed at the right time. As the day progressed, work shifted. Morning focused on removal, midday on maintenance, and later hours on preparing the city for the next day. Nothing was left unresolved overnight if it could be avoided. People learned to read the city's condition by sight and smell. A clean street allowed movement. A neglected one slowed everyone. Cleanliness was enforced not by force, but by consequence. When routines failed, the city responded immediately. In the next chapter, we will look at what happened when these routines broke down, and why moments of failure were so dangerous for ancient cities. When the system failed, failure in an ancient city rarely appeared as a single event that could be pointed out and named. It emerged gradually through small changes in daily routines that were easy to overlook at first, especially in places people passed through every day without stopping. A channel that once carried water away without effort began to slow, holding moisture longer than expected. Stone remained dark well into the morning, even after surrounding streets had dried, and the ground felt cooler underfoot where it should have warmed. At first, people adapted quietly and without discussion. They stepped around the damp area, adjusted their path by a few steps, and continued with the day because nothing yet forced a direct response. The city still moved, and movement suggested that life remained functional. But delay mattered more than it seemed. When water no longer flowed as expected, waste that depended on that movement began to remain in place, and what remained in place changed how people behaved around it. Smells lingered longer. Insects appeared earlier in the day, and the air between the stone walls felt heavier as heat built up. These signs were familiar to people who had lived through previous seasons. They remembered years when similar changes had preceded illness, closure, or abandonment, and that memory shaped decisions long before any authority intervened. Movement slowed unevenly across the city. Carts avoided the affected street first, choosing longer routes that cost time but reduced risk, while vendors followed by relocating their goods toward areas where water still moved freely. Foot traffic thinned without instruction or announcement. As fewer people passed through, the space itself changed character, losing the constant motion that kept it usable. This shift created pressure inside homes nearby. Waste that relied on regular removal accumulated faster. Containers were kept covered longer than intended, and water used for washing waited for safer moments to be poured away. Heat made this waiting dangerous. As the day warmed, moisture trapped between stone walls evaporated slowly, holding smell and dampness in place. Narrow streets amplified the problem, especially where sunlight reached the ground only briefly. The city began to feel smaller. Spaces that once allowed movement now restricted it, and people chose longer routes rather than risk uncertainty. These changes were subtle but consistent. People paused before entering certain streets, kept doors closed longer than usual, and avoided places that no longer felt reliable. Public spaces responded quickly to these shifts. Fountains that depended on steady flow became uncertain when water backed up nearby, and bathhouses required constant monitoring because warm water accelerated decay faster than anywhere else. Markets adjusted their layout without formal instruction. Food was placed farther from affected areas, even when this reduced space and slowed trade. Nothing about failure was hidden. When routines broke down, consequences spread outward rather than inward, because one blocked channel altered movement for many people at once. Correction became urgent as effects multiplied. Small problems could be handled by a few people working together, clearing stone, guiding water, and restoring flow before the day advanced too far. Larger failures demanded time, tools, and shared effort. During these periods, other routines were delayed or abandoned entirely, and the city adapted around the disruption. Work shifted earlier or later in the day, paths were temporarily suspended, and certain activities relocated to safer areas. These adjustments were not planned in advance, but learned through repetition and memory. When neglect lasted too long, risk increased sharply. Avoidance led to absence, and spaces that were no longer used deteriorated faster because no one watched them closely anymore. This made recovery harder, not easier. Because of this, prolonged failure was rarely tolerated. Pressure built quietly as neighbors intervened, workers were called, and resources were redirected toward repair. The goal was not punishment, but restoration. Blockages were cleared fully rather than partially. Damaged stone was reshaped or replaced, and water flow was tested repeatedly. People waited before returning, testing routes cautiously until movement felt reliable again. Even after repair, memory remained. People remembered which streets failed during certain seasons and adjusted behavior long after the visible problem had disappeared. Failure left traces that could not be seen, but were felt in daily routines. The city carried these lessons forward, repeating them quietly year after year. In the next part of this chapter, we will stay with these moments of repair and oversight and look more closely at how authority, shared responsibility, and repetition work together to prevent failure from becoming permanent. Keeping the city working. Cities did not rely on memory alone to remain clean. Over time, repeated routines hardened into structures, and shared habits became expectations that were understood without being written down. These expectations shaped how space was used. Streets were not neutral passages, but working surfaces that had to remain passable for trade, water, and daily movement. Because of this, responsibility for cleanliness was often tied to location rather than to individuals. The space in front of a house mattered. In many cities, that section of street was treated as an extension of the household itself. If waste collected there or water was misused, the people living behind the wall were expected to respond, not because of morality, but because proximity made response fastest. This principle kept systems simple. Rather than relying on distant enforcement, cities depended on people who were already present. Those closest to a problem were expected to notice it first. Public areas followed a similar logic. Markets, fountains, and bathhouses were used by many people, which meant they required constant attention. Responsibility there fell to designated roles, not because these spaces were special, but because failure in shared areas spread faster. These roles varied by place and period. Some cities employed workers whose task was to clear channels, maintain surfaces, and monitor water flow. Others relied on rotating duties assigned to households or guilds, spreading responsibility across the population. What mattered was not uniformity, but continuity. Tools were kept accessible. Knowledge of how to use them was passed along through practice rather than instruction. Rules existed, but they were rarely elaborate. They focused on timing, location, and repetition. Waste had to be removed at certain times. Water had to be used in specific places. Because these rules aligned with daily routines, enforcement was minimal. When systems worked, they disappeared into habit. People followed expectations not because they were reminded, but because deviation created immediate inconvenience. A blocked channel slowed movement. A neglected space disrupted trade. This feedback loop kept behavior aligned. Authority functioned as a stabilizer rather than a constant presence. Officials intervened when patterns broke down, not to manage daily life but to restore it. They inspected problem areas, coordinated larger repairs, and ensured that shared responsibilities were fulfilled when informal correction failed. Once balance returned, authority receded again. The system depended on visibility. Water moved in open channels. Waste traveled along known routes. Problems could be seen before they spread. This visibility allowed correction without confrontation. Over time, cities layered these practices. New streets followed familiar patterns. New buildings aligned with existing flow. Repairs reinforced older solutions rather than replacing them entirely. The result was not perfection, but resilience. Cleanliness was never guaranteed, but it was supported by structures that made neglect difficult to ignore. The city stayed functional because daily life reinforced the system again and again. In the next chapter, we will step back from the city itself and look at what remains today and how traces of these ancient systems still shape modern urban life. What remains? Much of what kept ancient cities clean is no longer visible, even in places where the past feels close. Stone channels lie buried beneath layers of newer streets. Former courtyards have been filled in or divided, and routes once shaped by water are now traced only through excavation and old records. Yet the logic that shaped these cities has not disappeared. It survives quietly in the way streets slope, in the spacing of buildings, and in the placement of public spaces that still allow air and movement. In many modern cities, these older decisions remain embedded beneath newer systems. Roads follow the same gradients chosen long ago, not by design, but because the land itself still behaves as it always has. Water continues to move where it always moved. After heavy rain, runoff gathers in the same low points it did centuries ago. Streets dry at different speeds, revealing patterns that predate modern drainage. In some places, ancient systems still function directly. Roman drains continue to carry rainwater beneath cities, and stone gutters in older neighborhoods still guide runoff after storms without drawing attention to themselves. These systems do not announce their age. They work quietly, performing the same task they were built for, long after the people who laid them are gone. What has changed is distance. Modern cities remove waste and water far from daily life. Pipes carry it underground. Treatment plants handle it elsewhere. Because of this, most people rarely see how these systems work. Problems are corrected out of sight, and consequences are delayed or displaced. In ancient cities, this distance did not exist. Every action produced an immediate and visible result. Water poured in the wrong place stayed there. Waste left too long altered movement the same day. Neglect could not be hidden behind infrastructure. This visibility shaped behavior over time. Cleanliness was not something scheduled or managed separately. It was part of moving through the city, part of using space, part of living among others. People did not think in terms of systems. They thought in terms of routes, timing, and repetition. Routines replaced instruction. Habits replaced enforcement. This way of living required attention, but it did not require constant effort. Once learned, routines carried themselves. Shared responsibility reduced conflict rather than increasing it. Because expectations were clear and visible, correction happened early and quietly. Cities remained functional not because people were unusually careful, but because daily life made care unavoidable. This logic still applies. When systems are visible, they are respected. When routines align with daily movement, they last. When responsibility is shared across space rather than centralized, balance becomes easier to maintain. These principles did not disappear with modern technology. They were simply hidden. Modern cities still depend on repetition. Maintenance still matters more than repair. Small failures still grow when ignored. What ancient cities show, without instruction or nostalgia, is that complexity is not required for stability. Order can emerge from repetition. Resilience can grow from habit. Care can be built into daily life without constant oversight. The remains of these systems sit quietly beneath modern streets, not as monuments, but as foundations. They do not demand attention. They simply continue to work as long as the conditions that support them remain. From here, the story settles. What remains is not instruction or warning, but a quiet understanding of how these cities continue to function long after the systems themselves faded from view. It's strange to imagine walking through daily life without money. No prices, no bank accounts, no cards, and no clear way to measure what something was worth. But for most of human history, people still had to eat, survive, and somehow exchange what they had with others. And in a world like that, trust often mattered just as much as the trade itself. Before money existed. Tonight, we explore how value worked before coins, banks, or prices. It looks at early systems of trust, exchange, and balance. For most of human history, money did not exist. There were no coins, no prices, no wallets or accounts. Yet people still traded. They exchanged food, tools, materials, and labor. This happened long before cities, governments, or written language. Small groups lived close together, often related by family or long familiarity. Everyone knew who hunted, who gathered, who made tools, and who depended on whom. In this world, trade was not a separate activity. It was part of daily survival. Early exchange did not work the way many people imagine. There was no simple system where one object was swapped for another of equal value. People did not stop and calculate fairness. Instead, exchange was spread out over time. Someone might give meat today, Someone else might return grain weeks later. A favor could be repaid months after it was given. Nothing was written down. Everything was remembered. This meant that trade depended on memory. Who helped whom? Who owed what? Who had failed to return something? In small groups, this worked. Social pressure kept people honest. If someone refused to share or repay, everyone noticed. Reputation mattered more than objects. But this system had a weakness. It only worked when everyone knew each other. As groups grew larger, memory became unreliable. People began trading with strangers. Travel increased. Seasonal markets appeared. Now exchange was no longer personal. You could not rely on shared history or social pressure. If someone disappeared after a trade, there was no way to recover what was lost. This created tension. People wanted to trade, but they feared being cheated. At this stage, trade was risky. If you exchanged food for tools, timing mattered. Food spoiled, tools did not. If you promised future repayment, trust mattered. But trust was uneven. Some people began to avoid trade altogether. Others demanded immediate exchange, even when it was inefficient. This slowed cooperation. To reduce risk, people began using objects as stand-ins for value. Not money yet, but placeholders. These objects had to meet certain conditions. They needed to last over time. They had to be hard to fake, and they had to be widely accepted within a group. Different societies chose different things: shells, salt, metal pieces, livestock, measured grain. The object itself was often less important than the agreement around it. What most people do not realize is this: money did not begin as a tool for buying things. It began as a way to track obligation. Who owed whom, how much, and for how long. Objects were used to make memory visible. This changed how people thought. Value became separate from the object itself. A shell was no longer just a shell. It represented past labor, future claims, and social agreement. Exchange became less personal, but more predictable. This made larger communities possible. Villages grew, markets stabilized, trade routes formed. But it also introduced something new: abstraction. Once value could be stored and carried, inequality could grow. Some people accumulated more placeholders than others. Some controlled access to key goods. Some began to lend rather than trade. This was the beginning of a shift that would reshape society. But at this early stage, money was still fragile. It depended entirely on trust. In the next chapter, we will look at how early societies formalized trade, how debt, measurement, and authority entered the system, and how money slowly moved from social agreement to enforced structure. For now, it is enough to understand this. Money did not start as wealth. It started as a solution to a dangerous problem. And once it appeared, it changed everything. When trade became difficult. As people began to live in larger groups, trade slowly changed. At first, most people lived in small communities where everyone knew each other. Families shared food, tools, and work, and exchange happened naturally as part of daily life. People remembered who had helped them before, and they knew who they could rely on. As villages grew, this balance became harder to maintain. In larger communities, people no longer knew everyone personally. Trade started to happen between strangers or between people who only met occasionally. Memory was no longer enough to keep things fair. People began to disagree about what had been given, what was still owed, and whether something had already been repaid. Trade, which had once felt simple, slowly became stressful. Time made this even more complicated. Food was produced at certain moments of the year, but it was needed every day. Tools could last for a long time, but labor existed only when someone was present and able to work. Often, one person needed something now, while the other could only give something much later. Without a way to deal with this difference in timing, exchange felt unbalanced. Many people imagined that early trade was based on simple swapping, where one item was exchanged directly for another. In reality, this almost never worked well. For a direct swap to work, both people had to want exactly what the other offered at the same moment, and this did not happen often enough to support everyday life. Instead, most trade was based on promises. People gave something now, trusting that they would receive something later. These promises were not written down. They were social agreements supported by reputation and shared expectations. But as trade grew, trust alone was no longer enough. Communities began looking for ways to make exchange more stable. They started comparing goods using common measures. Grain was weighed, metals were counted, and animals were numbered. These measures did not create money yet, but they helped people agree on relative value. They made it easier to say that one thing was worth about the same as another, even if no exchange happened at that moment. This reduced conflict, but it also changed how people thought about value. In early cities, especially in places like Mesopotamia, these ideas became part of daily administration. Large buildings such as temples and storehouses collected food and materials. Officials kept track of who had delivered goods and who was allowed to receive them later. These agreements were recorded on clay tablets and stored carefully. What these records show is important. They do not describe people paying with money. They describe people owing and being owed. This is something many people do not realize. Debt existed before money. Long before coins or cash were used, value already existed as an idea. It lived in records, promises, and shared rules. A person could owe something without holding any object that represented it. At this stage, money was not something you carried. It was something that existed within the system. This system made larger societies possible. People could specialize, plan ahead, and depend on others they did not know personally. But it also introduced new power differences. Those who controlled records and measurements had influence over others. Trade was no longer just a personal exchange. It became organized and enforced. By the end of this period, exchange had changed completely. Trade was no longer guided mainly by memory and trust between individuals. It was guided by shared rules and records. This brought stability, but it also laid the groundwork for inequality. In the next chapter, we will look at how value moved from records into physical objects, how metals became trusted, and why carrying value in your hand changed trade forever. For now, one thing matters most. Money did not suddenly appear. It slowly grew out of the need to manage promises, time, and growing communities. When value became physical. For a long time, value existed only as an idea. People knew what was owed, what was promised, and what was expected. But this value lived in memory, in records, and in shared rules. Nothing physical had to change hands for an obligation to exist. This worked, but it had limits. As trade expanded over greater distances, those limits became clear. When people began trading beyond their own villages, they faced a new problem. Records stayed in one place. Promises depended on trust. If someone traveled far away, there was no easy way to prove what they owed or what was owed to them. Carrying clay tablets or written agreements was impractical and often meaningless outside the place where they were recognized. People needed value that could move. This is when metals became important. Metals were durable, portable, and difficult to destroy. Unlike food, they did not spoil. Unlike tools, they did not lose their form through use. Most importantly, metals could be divided and measured without losing their usefulness. At first, metals were not money. They were weighed. In early trade, pieces of silver or other metals were measured by weight, not counted as objects. A trader did not care what the metal looked like, only how much it weighed. The value came from the shared agreement that a certain weight of metal represented a certain amount of obligation. This is why some of the earliest money words were units of weight, not names of objects. Money was still an idea, but now it had a physical anchor. Carrying metal changed trade in a quiet but powerful way. For the first time, a person could store value without needing a relationship. You did not have to remember who owed you something. You did not have to rely on future promises. The value was already there in your possession, ready to be used. This made trade faster. It also made it less personal. As metal exchange became more common, another problem appeared. Not all metal was equal. Some pieces were purer than others. Some were mixed with cheaper materials. Weighing alone was no longer enough because quality mattered as much as quantity. Disputes became common and trust shifted from people to verification. Someone had to guarantee the metal. This is where authority entered the system more clearly. In some regions, rulers and institutions began to stamp metal pieces to show that they met an agreed standard. These marks did not add value by themselves. They simply reduced doubt. A stamped piece told the holder that someone with power stood behind its weight and purity. This was a turning point. Value no longer depended only on agreement between traders. It depended on recognition by authority. One of the earliest known places where this happened was Lydia, where metal pieces were officially marked and accepted across a wide area. These early coins were not created to make people rich. They were created to make trade easier and more predictable. They allowed strangers to exchange value without negotiation. They allowed markets to grow. But coins also changed how people thought. Once value was stamped onto an object, it began to feel fixed and permanent. A coin seemed to hold value by itself, even though that value still depended on shared belief and authority. This made money feel natural, almost inevitable. In reality, it was still a system. Coins did not replace older systems overnight. Records, debts, and promises continued to exist alongside physical money. In many cases, coins were used mainly for taxes, payments to soldiers, and long-distance trade, while everyday exchange still relied on credit. Money did not simplify society, it layered it. By the end of this stage, value had changed form. What began as memory and obligation had become something you could carry, store, and pass on, without explanation. Trade became more efficient, but also more distant. Relationships mattered less than objects. This shift made large economies possible. It also made new kinds of power possible. In the next chapter, we will look at what followed, how money reshaped social order, created inequality, and changed how people thought about debt, ownership, and time. For now, this is the key moment. Value left the record and entered the hand. When money became a system, As money spread through societies, it slowly stopped being just an object. Coins and metal value had solved many problems of trade, but they also created new ones. Carrying large amounts of metal was heavy and dangerous. Storing it safely required protection. Moving it over long distances made people vulnerable to theft and loss. Once again, people began looking for a solution. The solution did not come from markets first, but from places that already held power and trust. Temples, palaces, and later private houses with strong reputations began to store money for others. People deposited their metal and received a record in return. At first, these records were simple acknowledgements, a note, a mark, or an entry in a book that showed how much had been left behind. The metal stayed. The record moved. This changed how people used money. Instead of carrying value with them, people began carrying proof of value. These records could be shown, transferred, or used to settle debts. Over time, people trusted the record as much as the metal itself, because they trusted the institution behind it. This was a quiet shift, but an important one. Money became less physical again. Lending appeared naturally inside this system. When large amounts of stored value sat unused, the people holding it realized it could be lent out. Interest was charged as compensation for risk and time. This practice existed long before it was fully accepted or regulated, and in many societies it caused moral and social debates. Some saw lending as useful, others saw it as dangerous. But it continued. Debt now took a new form. Earlier, debt had been flexible and personal. Now it was written, counted, and enforced through institutions. Missed payments had clear consequences. Obligations could be passed on or sold to others. A debt no longer depended on memory or relationship. It existed on paper. As these systems grew, money became deeply connected to authority. States began to regulate lending, set interest limits, and define legal contracts. They understood that controlling money meant controlling behavior. Taxes, wages, and fines were now calculated in standardized units. Participation was no longer optional. If you lived within the system, you had to use it. Over time, this created distance between people and value. Money moved through books, records, and later banks, without ever being touched by the people it affected. Decisions could be made far away, by people who never met those who carried the consequences. Trade became efficient. It also became impersonal. What many people do not realize is that this return to abstraction was not a step backward. It was a response to scale. Small communities could rely on trust and memory. Large societies could not. Systems replaced relationships because relationships could not stretch far enough. Money adapted again. By this point, money was no longer just a tool for exchange. It was a structure that organized work, time, obligation, and power. It shaped when people worked, how they planned their lives, and what they feared losing. The system no longer served only trade. Trade now served the system. This stage set the foundation for the modern world. Banks, credit, contracts, and financial rules all grew from these early solutions. What began as simple exchange had become a complex network that connected strangers across time and distance. In the final chapter, we will step back. We will look at what remains today, what has changed, and what this long history tells us about money now. For now, it is enough to see this clearly. Money did not just grow over time. It kept changing form to survive. What money still is today. After thousands of years of change, money may look modern, but its core has not changed. Coins, paper notes, bank accounts, and digital numbers may seem very different from shells, grain records, or metal weight, yet they all serve the same purpose. They allow people to exchange value without knowing each other, without trusting each other personally, and without sharing memory or obligation. Money still solves the same problem it always did. Today, most money is no longer physical at all. It exists as numbers in systems that most people never see. Payments move instantly across borders. Value changes hands without sound, weight, or touch. In daily life, money feels abstract and distant, even though it shapes nearly every decision people make. This can feel new. It is not. The modern system repeats an old pattern. Long ago, value moved from memory into records. Later, it moved from records into metal. Then it moved back into records again, this time controlled by banks, institutions, and digital networks. Each shift happened because societies grew larger and more complex. Money changed form to keep working. What remains constant is trust. People no longer trust individuals to honor debts. They trust systems instead. They trust that numbers in accounts mean something, that payments will be recognized, and that obligations will be enforced. This trust is no longer social, it is structural. Most people do not think about it. That is exactly why it works. Money still shapes behavior quietly. People choose jobs based on wages. They plan time around payments. They measure success and failure through numbers. Even when money is not discussed, it is present in the background, guiding decisions and priorities. This influence is not accidental. It is the result of thousands of years of adaptation. What many people do not realize is that money itself has no fixed meaning. It has never been valuable on its own. A coin, a note, or a number only works because people agree that it works, and because authority supports that agreement. When trust breaks, money loses its function quickly, just as it did in the past. History shows this again and again. This long history explains why money creates tension. It connects strangers, but separates relationships. It enables cooperation, but also inequality. It simplifies exchange, but complicates life. Money is neither good nor bad. It is a tool shaped by the problems it was built to solve. When people ask where money came from, they often look for a single moment or invention. There was none. Money emerged slowly as people tried to manage promises, time, distance, and growing communities. Each new form replaced the weaknesses of the previous one, while creating new challenges of its own. That process never stopped. What we use today is not the final version of money. It is simply the current one. Just like before, it will continue to change as societies change, as technology changes, and as trust shifts from one structure to another. The form may change. The problem remains the same. Tonight's story ends here. Money did not begin as wealth. It began as a way to manage life together, and it still does. It's difficult to imagine a city, a village, or even a small community without police, emergency numbers, or modern laws quietly keeping order in the background. But for most of history, people still had to solve conflict, handle theft, and live side by side without many of the systems we now completely depend on. And in smaller communities, reputation often mattered more than punishment itself. Tonight, we explore places where no police were present, yet daily life remained ordered. Before written laws, before uniforms or patrols, people lived close together, and mistakes carried weight. In small communities, there were no patrols, no cells, and no written laws. Yet people lived close together, shared tools, and left their doors open. When something went missing, everyone noticed. When a rule was broken, the whole group felt it. Order depended on memory and reputation. A single action could change how others treated you. Disputes were handled in open spaces, where words carried weight and silence carried consequences. Repair, not punishment, kept daily life from breaking apart. But this balance was fragile. A false accusation, a refused apology, or an outsider passing through could push the system to its limits. Long before police existed, communities had to face theft, conflict, and trust on their own. This is the story of crime without police. Living together without law. The community is small enough that most people recognize each other by sight. Faces are familiar, even if names are not always spoken. Paths are shaped by daily use, pressed into the ground by the same feet, moving in the same directions day after day. Homes open onto shared spaces. Work takes place close by, often where others can see it. There are few places to disappear and few actions that pass unnoticed. Objects are left in familiar places. Tools rest against walls or lie near work areas, ready to be used again. Containers are set down and collected later. Food is stored where people pass by, sometimes in open view. These things are not guarded closely, not because they lack value, but because everyone knows who normally touches them, who depends on them, and who would be noticed if something changed. People move through the day in expected ways. The same faces appear in the morning. The same sounds mark the start of work. Midday slows the pace for a short time. Evening draws people back toward their homes. These patterns repeat so often that they become quiet markers of normal life. When something breaks this rhythm, it is felt immediately. A tool missing from its usual place is noticed. A door left open at the wrong time draws attention. A voice raised where calm is expected carries across the space. No alarm is needed. Change itself is enough to bring focus. There is no visible sign of authority, no uniform, no badge, no role that exists only to control others. Even so, behavior remains careful. People choose their words with attention. They know who is listening, even when no one stands close by. Disagreements are not hidden for long. When voices rise, others notice quickly because it interrupts the normal flow of the place. When something is damaged, it is spoken about openly. When something is missing, it is mentioned without delay. Information moves through ordinary conversation. One person brings it up while working. Another remembers seeing the object earlier. A third recalls who last used it. Memory replaces records. Shared knowledge fills the gaps where writing does not exist. Nothing needs to be written down. The group remembers enough. Children learn these patterns by watching. They follow adults through shared spaces and see what is allowed and what is questioned. They notice when an action draws correction and when it passes without comment. They learn quickly which behaviors disturb the balance and which help keep things smooth. Rules are not taught in lessons. They are absorbed through repetition and observation. There was no single moment when these rules were created, no meeting where they were announced, no voice that declared them into place. They exist because the group has lived this way for a long time, and because changing them would disturb daily life in ways no one wants. When someone takes something that is not theirs, the response is usually calm but direct. First comes recognition. Someone notices. Someone speaks. The person is asked to explain. Often, the explanation matters as much as the act itself. In many cases, the object is returned or replaced. Routines settle back into place. This does not mean there is no tension. People are aware that mistakes carry weight. Reputation matters. Being known cuts both ways. It offers trust, but it also brings attention. Actions are remembered longer than words. Serious conflict is rare, but it does happen. When it does not remain private. Others listen closely, not to punish, but to understand what has shifted. Solutions are expected to restore balance, not to remove someone from the group. Exclusion is possible, but it is a last step, not a first response. Living together depends on continuity. Tomorrow matters. The next season matters. Future cooperation matters more than winning a dispute in the moment. This understanding shapes behavior quietly without needing to be stated aloud. From within the community, this way of life does not feel unsafe. It feels stable because it has worked before. Order is not forced from above. It is held together by familiarity, shared memory, and the constant awareness that actions carry consequences that cannot be escaped. In the next chapter, we step back from this daily scene and explain in simple terms why humans naturally create social rules to maintain order. How order appears naturally. When people live together for a long time, certain problems always appear. Things get lost, boundaries are crossed, promises are broken. Without some form of order, daily life becomes difficult very quickly. Because of this, humans naturally create social rules to maintain order. These rules do not appear all at once. They are not planned in advance. They form slowly through repetition, memory, and shared experience. At first, rules are simple. What belongs to whom? Where things are kept? What is expected in shared spaces? These expectations are learned by watching others and by noticing reactions. When someone acts outside these expectations, the response is usually small: a look, a word, a reminder. Most behavior is corrected at this stage before it becomes a larger problem. Rules continue to exist because they work. When a response restores calm, it is remembered. When it fails, it is avoided. Over time, the same solutions are used again and again. No one needs to write these rules down. The group remembers enough. Older members of the community often carry this memory most clearly. They recall what happened before. They remember similar situations. Their role is not to command, but to remind. This memory gives stability. It allows the group to respond without needing to decide everything again from the beginning. Enforcement does not require force. It relies on attention. People watch each other naturally, not with suspicion, but with familiarity. When behavior changes, it stands out. Response follows attention, first through words, then through expectation. Only later, if needed, through stronger measures. Punishment is not the goal, restoration is. When damage is repaired, trust can return. When responsibility is accepted, cooperation continues. Removing someone from the group is avoided whenever possible because the group depends on shared effort. Exclusion exists, but it is rare. It is used only when other responses fail. Losing access to the group means losing protection, trade, and daily support. This alone prevents many conflicts from growing. These systems work best in small groups. When everyone is known, reputation matters. Actions follow a person over time. Behavior today affects cooperation tomorrow. As long as people expect to meet again, order holds. This is why early communities could function without police. not because crime did not exist, but because response came from within the group itself. As groups grew larger, this balance became harder to maintain. Memory weakened. Strangers appeared. Repetition broke down. In the next chapter, we move from explanation to example and look closely at a real community that lived by these principles long before formal law or police existed. A community that lived this way. In many parts of Northern Europe, before strong states existed, people lived in small settlements spread across land that was worked together. Houses stood near shared fields. Storage spaces were close to daily paths. Animals moved freely through familiar areas. There was no police force assigned to these places, no permanent guards, no written law carried from door to door. Still, daily life followed clear expectations. When a conflict appeared, it was not handled in secret. Problems were brought into shared space, often during gatherings that already existed for other reasons. People met to trade, to plan work, or to mark time. These same moments were used to settle disputes. One common response to wrongdoing was compensation. If something was damaged, it was repaired. If something was taken, it was returned or replaced. If harm was done, payment was expected. The goal was not to decide who was right in an abstract sense. The goal was to restore balance so daily cooperation could continue. Responsibility rarely stopped with one person. Families were expected to stand behind their members. If someone caused harm and refused to make it right, their family carried the weight of that refusal. This created pressure long before any punishment was needed. No one wanted to carry another person's conflict. Memory played a central role. Past cases were remembered and compared. People recalled how similar situations had been handled before. These memories guided the response, not as strict rules, but as trusted reference points. Older members of the community often spoke during these moments, not to command, but to remind. They recalled what had worked. They named the cost of ignoring it. Their authority came from continuity. Meetings were open. Words were spoken aloud. Silence mattered. Agreement was not rushed. When a resolution was reached, it was known by everyone present. This public nature gave weight to the outcome. Once compensation was accepted, the matter was considered closed. Continuing the conflict after that point was itself seen as a violation. Holding on to anger threatened the group more than the original act. Exclusion existed, but it was avoided. To be excluded meant losing access to shared work, shared protection, and shared knowledge. It meant standing alone in a world that depended on cooperation. This consequence required no force. Its effect was understood by everyone. Because of this, most disputes ended long before exclusion was considered. Similar patterns appeared far from Europe. In small Arctic communities, survival depended on shared effort. Food, tools, and shelter were closely linked. Conflict threatened everyone. Here, public response was often quiet but sharp. A person who caused harm might be ignored. Their words would receive no reply. Their presence would not be acknowledged. Over time, this silence carried weight. It signaled disapproval without creating open conflict. Restoration remained the goal. Once behavior changed, normal interaction returned. Again, exclusion was possible, but rare. In many village-based societies across different regions, the same structure appeared. Open discussion, shared memory, compensation, reintegration. No single authority needed to stand above the group. Order came from shared dependence. These systems were not perfect. Mistakes happened. False accusations occurred. Conflicts sometimes lasted longer than expected. But the structure allowed for correction without collapse. What mattered most was that people expected to see each other again. Tomorrow's work depended on today's resolution. The future was close enough to matter. This expectation shaped behavior more strongly than fear. As long as communities stayed small and relationships stayed visible, this way of living remained stable. In the next chapter, we look at what happened when that stability was tested and why systems without police could begin to fail under pressure. When the balance was tested, systems without police depended on one fragile condition. People had to remain visible to each other. As long as everyone was known, behavior carried weight. Actions followed a person through time. Reputation stayed close. Memory stayed strong. But this balance could shift. When a stranger entered the community, memory did not reach them. Their past was unknown. Their future was uncertain. The usual pressure of reputation weakened. Trade routes brought movement. Markets grew. People passed through without staying long enough to be fully known. With this change, risk increased. A missing object no longer pointed to a small circle of possible causes. Accusations became less certain. Trust became harder to repair once damaged. False claims became possible. Without a neutral authority, disputes depended heavily on shared belief. When belief split, resolution slowed. People remembered events differently. Voices competed. Silence carried new meanings. In some cases, a person could be blamed not because of evidence, but because of position. Outsiders were easy targets. So were those with weaker family ties. The same openness that allowed fairness could also allow pressure. Refusing compensation created another risk. If a person denied responsibility and their family refused to intervene, tension lingered. The group was forced to decide whether to escalate or tolerate disruption. Neither option was comfortable. Violence was still rare, but its possibility increased. Travel created further strain. On roads and borders, reputation faded quickly. People moved beyond the reach of shared memory. Theft along routes was harder to answer. Damage could be done without expectation of repair. Temporary solutions appeared: escorts, safe conduct promises, group travel. Still, protection weakened with distance. Even within communities, time tested memory. As generations passed, old cases lost clarity. What had once worked became less certain. Without written records, repetition alone could not carry everything forward. Some conflicts stretched longer than expected. Some resolutions failed to settle the matter completely. These moments did not destroy the system at once, but they showed its limits. Order without police was effective, but not universal. It required scale. It required familiarity. It required the expectation of return. When these conditions weakened, the system strained. Communities responded by adjusting. Some strengthened roles. Others created fixed meeting times. Some introduced guards or watchers, even if they were not yet police. Change came slowly, not as reform, but as response. In the next chapter, we look at the methods communities used to reinforce order without creating formal police, and how these early solutions shaped what came later. Keeping order without police. When early systems began to weaken, communities did not give them up. Instead, they made small changes. The goal stayed the same. Daily life had to continue without constant trouble. One change was the use of clear roles. Some people were asked to take on simple duties. They did not search for criminals or decide punishment. Their role was to be present, to watch shared places, to notice when something felt wrong. These roles were usually temporary. A person might serve for a short time during a season or a market day. After that, they returned to normal life. Authority did not stay with them. Being seen mattered more than force. Another change involved timing. Communities began to choose set moments to deal with problems. Meetings were held at known times. Conflicts were often paused until these gatherings, instead of spreading through daily work. Waiting helped reduce tension. Feelings settled. People had time to think. Decisions became calmer and clearer. Compensation also became more organized. Over time, people agreed on what certain things were worth. A broken tool, damage to land, harm to animals. These values were not strict laws. They were shared reference points. Because of this, people did not have to argue from the beginning each time. Families remained important. When someone caused harm, their family helped make it right. This reduced direct conflict between individuals. It also linked personal behavior to group responsibility. Families often acted early before problems became public. Exclusion still existed, but it was rare. Being excluded meant losing access to work, trade, and protection. It meant standing alone. Because the cost was so high, it was used only when other responses failed. Its presence alone shaped behavior. Travel required different solutions. People moved in groups when possible. They used known paths and known places to rest. They carried signs of where they came from. Agreements allowed safe passage through unfamiliar areas. Trust was given carefully, and often only for a short time. These methods did not remove crime completely. They limited its damage. They helped communities handle conflict without falling apart. Order stayed flexible. It could bend without breaking. Most of these responses did not feel heavy or strict. They were part of daily life. Watching happened during work. Meetings happened alongside trade. Correction happened through words. Nothing needed to take full control. Over time, these small changes led to stronger systems. Some roles became permanent. Writing slowly appeared. Control began to separate from daily life. But at this stage, order was still close to the people. It was shaped by familiarity, held together by shared effort, corrected through response, not force. In the next chapter, we look at what remains of these early systems today and how order without police still exists in modern life. What still remains? Today, police exist in most societies. Laws are written down. Rules are stored in books, files, and screens. Authority has a clear shape with uniforms, buildings, and procedures. But this is not the whole picture. Beneath these formal systems, older patterns continue to exist. In daily life, many situations never reach official control. Small problems are noticed and handled quietly. A missing item is mentioned. A mistake is corrected. A disagreement is settled with words before it grows larger. Neighbors still watch shared spaces without trying to. They notice when a door stays open too long. They notice unfamiliar movement. They notice changes in routine. This attention is not constant. It comes and goes. But it is enough to shape behavior. Reputation still matters. People remember who keeps promises and who breaks them. They remember who returns borrowed items and who does not. Over time, these memories affect trust. Trust is given slowly. Once lost, it returns slowly. In workplaces, people adjust how they cooperate based on past behavior. In neighborhoods, help is offered more easily to some than others. These decisions are rarely spoken aloud, but they are widely understood. Visibility remains important. In places where people expect to meet again, behavior stays measured. Words are chosen with care. Actions are shaped by the knowledge that they will be remembered. This is the same force that guided small communities long ago. Restoration still carries weight. When damage is repaired, tension eases. When responsibility is accepted, conflict loses strength. Formal punishment often comes too late to restore daily balance. Repair works faster. Because of this, many people seek resolution before turning to authorities. They talk, they explain, they fix what can be fixed. Exclusion still exists, though it rarely takes official form. People who break trust may find themselves avoided. Invitations stop coming. Cooperation becomes limited. This distance forms slowly, without announcements. The effect is clear. Even modern systems depend on these quiet responses. Police rely on reports. Reports rely on memory. Memory relies on attention and shared understanding. Courts depend on witnesses. Witnesses depend on people noticing and remembering events. Law depends on agreement about what counts as normal behavior. Without these social layers, formal systems lose strength. In large cities, these patterns are weaker, but they do not disappear. They appear in smaller circles, buildings, streets, work teams, social groups. Wherever people meet again, order forms. Technology has changed how memory works, but not why it matters. Records now last longer. Images and messages remain. Reputation spreads faster. Still, the same principle applies. Actions follow people. The past remains present. This is why complete control is never possible. Order does not come only from enforcement. It grows from repeated interaction. Long before police existed, people learned how to live together without falling apart. They learned how to respond to harm, how to restore balance, and how to continue daily life. Those lessons were not erased. They were carried forward. They still guide behavior in quiet moments, when no authority is visible and no rule is spoken aloud. Order continues to live there, not as force, not as fear, but as shared memory, expectation, and response. Most of us rarely think about where our money actually is. We trust banks, digital numbers on a screen, and systems quietly working in the background without ever really seeing them. But for most of history, protecting wealth looked very different. People hid coins inside walls, buried valuables underground, trusted strangers with fortunes, and lived in a world where losing everything was often only one bad decision away. In this story, we explore a world that functioned for centuries without something most modern people use almost every week: a bank. There was no secure account to check, no protected place to wire money, and no reliable institution standing between a person and the loss of everything they owned. For most of human history, money did not move through invisible digital systems or trusted financial networks. It moved slowly, it moved physically, and very often it moved dangerously. Across the busy trade cities of Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, merchants were already building complex commercial worlds. Ships crossed long sea routes. Markets expanded across regions. Valuable goods changed hands every day. but the financial safety systems that support modern trade had not yet fully formed. What many people today rarely stop to consider is how exposed ordinary wealth once was, and how much daily economic life depended on fragile personal solutions rather than stable institutions. Before banks became permanent fixtures of city life, people were forced to invent their own methods to store coins, move payments across distance, and build trust between strangers. Some of these methods worked surprisingly well. Others introduced new risks that were not always obvious at first. Over time, the pressure of growing trade, larger fortunes, and longer distance commerce began to push this fragile system towards something more structured, something more permanent, and eventually, something that would reshape the movement of money across the world. This is the story of life before banks, when money had no safe home. In the centuries before organized banking became common, money remained a physical burden that stayed close to the person who owned it. A successful season of trade did not end with numbers appearing inside an account. It ended with weight, often literal weight, in the form of metal coins stacked, counted, and carried by hand. Silver and gold did not travel invisibly. They accumulated, and once they accumulated, a new and constant problem immediately followed. Where could it safely go? For many households and merchants, the answer was surprisingly direct. They kept it inside the home. Across medieval and early modern cities, coins were hidden in wooden chests, reinforced with iron bands. Some were stored beneath loose floorboards that could be lifted only by the owner. Others were sealed into hollow wall spaces or buried in small ceramic containers beneath courtyards and gardens. Each method relied on the same basic idea. If the money stayed close, it stayed under control. But control was not the same as safety. Urban fires were a constant threat in tightly packed cities where buildings stood close together and open flames were part of daily life. A single, uncontrolled blaze could move quickly through an entire street, destroying homes and everything hidden inside them. In such moments, wealth could disappear overnight. Theft presented an equally persistent danger. Without centralized protection, money was only as secure as the physical barriers surrounding it. Experienced thieves understood where merchants lived and how wealth tended to be stored. Busy port districts and market neighborhoods were especially vulnerable since trade brought both money and attention. Even honest movement created risk. When merchants needed to move funds between cities, there was no electronic transfer waiting to assist them. There was no standardized national banking network prepared to shift balances from one location to another. The money had to travel the same way everything else did, physically. This requirement placed growing strain on the expanding trade networks of the pre-banking world. As commerce increased, so did the amount of wealth that needed to move safely across long and sometimes dangerous routes. Some merchants hired armed escorts. Others traveled in tightly organized caravans. Still others tried to limit how often they moved large sums at all. But none of these solutions fully removed the underlying problem. Trade was growing faster than the safety systems designed to support it. By the late medieval period, commercial cities were already feeling the pressure. Markets were expanding. Shipping routes were lengthening. And the simple practice of keeping wealth close to home was beginning to show its limits. Money was becoming more mobile, but the systems protecting it had not yet caught up. In the next chapter, we will follow merchants onto the long trade routes of the pre-banking world and see why physically moving money became one of the most dangerous parts of doing business. When moving money became the real risk. As trade expanded across regions and seas, one problem became harder to ignore. Moving goods was difficult, but moving money was often far more dangerous. In the early commercial world, large payments almost always meant physical transport. If a merchant in one city needed to pay a supplier in another, the value could not simply be transferred through a trusted institution. It had to travel across dusty roads, through narrow mountain passes, or along busy but unpredictable sea routes. Money moved the same way any other cargo did, carried by hand, by horse, or by ship, and everyone understood what that meant. Heavy coin shipments were visible, predictable, and extremely attractive to thieves. In major trading regions, experienced merchants developed careful routines to reduce the danger. Large sums were rarely moved alone. Caravans formed for protection. Guards were hired when profits allowed it. Routes were sometimes changed without notice to avoid predictable patterns. Even so, the risk never fully disappeared. Banditry was not uncommon on long overland routes. Political instability could quickly make previously safe roads unreliable. Storms at sea could send entire shipments, coins included, to the bottom of the water. Every major payment carried a layer of physical risk. This reality placed a quiet limit on how fast trade could grow. A merchant might successfully sell goods in a distant market, but converting that success into safely delivered payment was another matter entirely. Large deals required planning, escorts, and time. Smaller traders often faced even greater exposure, since they could not always afford strong protection. In busy port cities, the problem was especially visible. Warehouses filled with goods moved efficiently from ship to street. Markets operated with increasing speed and complexity. But behind the scenes, the movement of money remained slow and heavy, tied to the physical limits of the pre-banking world. Some merchants began looking for alternatives, not because they preferred innovation, but because the existing system was beginning to strain under the weight of expanding commerce. In parts of the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and later in Northern Europe, practical workarounds started to appear. They were not yet full banks. They did not offer the complete security that modern institutions would eventually provide. But they introduced something new, the possibility that money might not always need to travel as metal. At first, the idea seemed uncertain. Trust was local. Reputation mattered deeply. And many traders still preferred the solid certainty of coins they could physically count. But the pressure of growing trade was persistent. And slowly, in counting houses and merchant districts across several regions, the first true cracks in the old system began to appear. In the next chapter, we will see how goldsmiths, temples, and early financial intermediaries created the first workable alternatives to carrying money by hand, and why these early solutions began to change trade forever. The first places people trusted with money. As the danger of carrying coins became more obvious, merchants did not suddenly create modern banks. Instead, they used people and places that already existed. In many growing trade cities, one group was in a very strong position to help: goldsmiths. Goldsmiths worked every day with gold and silver. Their shops were built for safety. Thick doors, heavy chests, and strong storage rooms were normal parts of their work. Just as important, their business depended on trust. Merchants began to notice this. At first, the arrangement was simple. A trader who had extra coins could ask a goldsmith to keep the money safe. The goldsmith would place the coins inside a locked chest and give the trader a written receipt that confirmed the deposit. As long as the goldsmith was honest and reliable, the merchant no longer needed to store large sums at home. This small change solved several problems at the same time. Coins kept in a professional workshop were less likely to be stolen from a house. They were also less exposed to fires that often spread quickly in crowded city neighborhoods. For merchants who traveled often, the system offered a stable place to leave money between journeys. The idea slowly spread. In some regions, religious buildings played a similar role. Large temples and religious complexes were often seen as safe and respected places. Their thick walls and strong social status made them natural storage sites for valuable goods. Leaving money there offered both physical protection and a sense of public trust. But the real change began when something subtle happened. The receipts themselves started to move. At first, a goldsmith's receipt was only proof that coins were being stored. Normally, the original owner would return and exchange the paper for metal. But over time, merchants noticed something important. The paper was much easier to carry than heavy coins. In some situations, instead of taking the coins back, a merchant could simply give the receipt to another trader as payment. If the second trader trusted the goldsmith who held the money, the paper could work almost like real currency. This was still not modern banking, but it was a major step forward. For the first time, value could begin to move through trusted paper instead of only through metal coins. At first, the idea spread slowly. Trust still depended strongly on reputation. Not every goldsmith was reliable. Not every city had strong enough trade networks to support paper exchange. But in the busiest commercial centers, the benefits were becoming clear. Merchants could travel with less weight. Large payments became easier to handle. And the physical danger of moving heavy coin shipments slowly began to decrease. What had started as simple storage was now slowly turning into something much more powerful. In the next chapter, we will see how paper promises, including early bills of exchange, began to move between cities and across borders, changing long-distance trade in ways that made full banking systems almost impossible to avoid. When paper started moving between cities. By the late medieval period, trade was growing faster than the old money system could comfortably support. Merchants were traveling farther than before. Goods moved between cities that were separated by mountains, seas, and sometimes unstable political borders. In busy trading regions like northern Italy, the pressure to move value safely was becoming impossible to ignore. Carrying large amounts of coin over long distances was slow, heavy, and dangerous. But now, merchants had begun to experiment with something new: paper promises. In cities such as Florence, Venice, and Genoa, traders started using written payment orders that allowed money to change hands without the metal itself making the journey. These documents would later become known as bills of exchange, but at the time, they were simply practical tools created by merchants trying to solve a growing problem. The basic idea was surprisingly straightforward. A merchant in one city could deposit coins with a trusted financial intermediary, often a merchant banker or money handler, and receive a written document in return. This document instructed a partner in another city to pay the equivalent amount to the holder of the paper. Instead of transporting heavy metal across dangerous routes, the merchant could now travel with a folded piece of parchment. If the network worked correctly, the payment would be honored at the destination. This system did not eliminate risk entirely. Trust still mattered enormously. Each transaction depended on the reputation of the intermediaries involved. Merchant families built complex networks across Europe and the Mediterranean specifically to support these paper-based transfers. Their names became, in effect, early brands of financial reliability. But even with these limitations, the advantages were clear. travel became lighter, large payments became faster, and the physical danger that had once followed every major coin shipment began to shrink. In the busy counting houses of Italian trade cities, clerks developed careful routines to manage this growing paper flow. Transactions were recorded by hand in large ledgers. Exchange rates between different regional currencies were calculated and updated. Messengers carried correspondence between partner offices to confirm balances and settlements. It was not yet the modern banking system, but it was beginning to look like one. As the system expanded, another important change quietly took place. Trust was slowly becoming transferable. Previously, trust had been highly local. A merchant trusted people he knew personally, family partners, local traders, or well-known workshops. But bills of exchange allowed trust to stretch across much greater distances. A merchant in Florence could now accept payment backed by a partner in Bruges or London, even without ever meeting the individuals involved. Reputation began to travel through documents rather than only through face-to-face relationships. This shift was subtle but powerful. It allowed trade networks to grow wider and more complex than the old coin-carrying system had comfortably allowed. However, new problems were also beginning to appear. Paper could be forged, intermediaries could fail, political instability could interrupt long-distance financial networks, and as trade volumes increased, the system itself became more complicated to manage. By the early modern period, commercial cities were handling more value than ever before, and they were doing it through systems that were still only partially standardized. The pressure was building again. Merchants needed something more stable, more regulated, and more permanent than the loose networks that had carried trade this far. In the next chapter, we will see why growing economies began to demand fully organized banking institutions, and why the old patchwork system was no longer enough for the scale of global trade that was emerging. Why the old system could not keep up. By the early modern period, trade was no longer a small or local activity. It was expanding across entire regions. Ships were crossing oceans more often. Merchant families were building networks that stretched between major European cities and beyond. Markets were handling larger volumes of goods than earlier generations had ever experienced. At first, the system of paper promises and trusted intermediaries had helped trade grow. But over time, its limits became harder to ignore. The biggest problem was consistency. Not every city followed the same rules. Not every merchant network used the same methods. Exchange rates between currencies could shift quickly, and without central oversight, mistakes and disagreements were common. In one city, a bill of exchange might be accepted without hesitation. In another, the same document might be questioned or delayed. For merchants trying to operate across long distances, this uncertainty created constant friction. There was also the problem of failure. If a trusted intermediary suddenly collapsed financially, the consequences could spread quickly through the network. A merchant who believed his funds were secure might discover that the partner holding his deposit could no longer pay. When this happened, recovery was slow and often incomplete. Paper was lighter than coin, but it was only as strong as the system supporting it. Fraud was another growing concern. As paper payments became more common, so did attempts to copy or manipulate them. Forged signatures, altered amounts, and false claims began appearing in some trading networks. Without standardized oversight, disputes could take months or even years to resolve. Meanwhile, the scale of commerce continued to rise. By the 17th century, some European cities were handling financial flows that far exceeded what the older, loosely connected networks had been designed to manage. Merchant houses were doing their best to keep up, but the system was becoming increasingly complex and fragile. Governments were also paying closer attention. Rulers understood that stable financial systems supported stronger tax collection, more reliable military funding, and more predictable economic growth. The movement of money was no longer just a private concern for merchants. It was becoming a matter of state interest. In several major trade centers, pressure began to build for more formal financial institutions. Places where deposits, transfers, and settlements could be handled under clearer rules and stronger oversight. The old system had been clever. It had carried trade surprisingly far, but the commercial world was now moving at a speed and scale that demanded something more structured, something more permanent, and something that could support trust not just between individuals, but across entire economies. In the next chapter, we will see how the first true public banks began to take shape, and how they finally gave money a stable home that earlier generations had never fully possessed. When money finally found a stable home. By the late 17th century, the pressure for more reliable financial systems had become impossible to ignore. Trade was no longer small, it was no longer local, and it could no longer depend only on scattered networks of private trust. Across several major European cities, something new began to take shape. Institutions designed specifically to hold deposits, manage transfers, and provide a more stable foundation for the movement of money. These were the first true public banks. Unlike earlier goldsmith arrangements or merchant partnerships, these institutions were built with permanence in mind. They operated from fixed locations. They kept standardized ledgers, and most importantly, they began to function under clearer public rules. One early example appeared in 1609 with the creation of the Bank of Amsterdam. Merchants in the Dutch trading world needed a reliable way to handle the growing complexity of international commerce. The new bank offered a controlled environment where deposits could be made, balances recorded, and payments settled without the constant physical movement of coin. For many traders, the difference was immediately noticeable. Money no longer needed to sleep under floorboards. Large payments no longer required armed escorts. And long-distance trade began to move with a new level of predictability. The system was not perfect. Early banks still faced trust challenges. Governments sometimes interfered. Financial crises would still occur in later decades. But the basic structure had changed in a way that earlier generations would have recognized immediately. Money finally had a dedicated home. From the Netherlands, the model spread. London developed its own powerful financial institutions. Other European centers followed with variations adapted to their local economies. Over time, the idea of depositing funds in a formal banking house became less unusual and more expected in major commercial cities. With this shift came a quiet but important transformation in daily economic life. Merchants could plan further ahead. Large ventures became easier to finance, and the physical dangers that had once followed every major payment began to fade into the background. The modern financial world did not appear overnight. It grew step by step from the practical problems faced by earlier traders who simply needed safer ways to store and move their wealth. Today, most people check balances with a screen. Transfers happen in seconds, and the heavy physical reality of pre-banking money has largely disappeared from everyday experience. But the older world, the one built on chests of coin, guarded caravans, and carefully written paper promises, was not so distant in time. It was the foundation, and in many quiet ways, the systems created during that transition still shape how money moves through the world today. It's hard to imagine a day without screens, notifications, or machines quietly shaping almost every hour of our lives. But for most people in history, daily life moved to a very different rhythm, one shaped more by daylight, routine, and the people around them than by technology itself. Tonight, we step into a day before machines, screens, and constant signals shape daily life. A time when people lived closer to one another because there was little else to live with. This story moves through different moments in history before modern technology became part of everyday life. It takes place in villages, towns, and settlements where days followed light, habit, and shared routines. Daily life was shaped by proximity, repetition, and the presence of other people. Knowledge was passed through observation, memory, and spoken stories, rather than records or devices. Evenings were often spent together, not by choice alone, but by necessity. This chapter introduces that world and the rhythm of a day lived without technological separation. A different kind of day. A day before technology did not begin with a sound from a device. It began with light entering a room, with movement outside, or with the quiet noise of other people already awake. In many times and places, people did not wake alone. They slept in shared rooms, in longhouses, in small homes where several generations lived close together. Morning was not a private moment, but a shared one. Someone was already moving. Someone was already working. The day had started before anyone decided it had. In a village, a town, or a settlement, days followed patterns shaped by necessity rather than choice. Light mattered, weather mattered, people mattered. Work could not be delayed easily, but it also could not be rushed. Without machines, tasks took as long as they took. This created time that could not be filled with distractions. Waiting was part of life. People waited for bread to bake, for tools to be repaired, for animals to be ready, for others to arrive. During this waiting, people talked, watched, listened, or simply stayed near one another. Being present was not a practice, it was a condition. Across different periods of history, from early agricultural societies to medieval towns and into the 19th century, daily life was shaped by proximity. People worked where others could see them. Children learned by watching. Skills were passed on through repetition, not explanation. Knowledge moved slowly, but it moved constantly. As the day progressed, moments of separation were rare. Even solitary work was usually done within sight or sound of others. A blacksmith worked near an open street. A weaver worked by a window. Farm work happened in groups, where conversation filled the hours between tasks. Silence existed, but isolation did not. When evening approached, the pace of the day changed naturally. Light faded, and with it, many forms of work became difficult or impossible. There was no decision to stop. The day simply narrowed. This narrowing brought people together. In homes and shared spaces, fire and candlelight created small circles of visibility. Outside those circles, darkness remained. Evenings were not filled with entertainment as we understand it today. They were filled with presence. People sat near one another because there was little reason to sit apart. Hands were busy with small tasks. Minds followed conversations, stories, or familiar routines. In many cultures, storytelling played a central role in these moments. This was not always formal, but it was important. Stories carried memory. They explained how things were done, why certain rules existed, and who people were connected to. In societies with limited access to written records, stories were a form of preservation. Those who remembered well were valued. Elders, travelers, and skilled speakers often held informal authority, not because they entertained, but because they remembered. They carried events that others had not seen, and knowledge that could not be stored anywhere else. This was how experience survived. Days before technology contained fewer interruptions, but more repetition. The same movements returned each morning. The same conversations returned each evening. Over time, these repetitions created stability. Life did not feel empty without devices. It felt full in a different way. Attention moved outward, not inward. This story does not belong to one exact place or century. It belongs to many times at once. It describes a way of living that existed wherever people depended on one another and had little else to depend on. A life shaped by light, work, waiting, and shared presence. In the next chapter, we will follow this day into its early hours. We will look at how mornings worked without machines, schedules, or modern tools, and how people prepared themselves for the long hours ahead. Mornings without machines. Morning before technology did not arrive at the same hour each day, and it was not announced by sound or signal. It arrived gradually as light changed the room, as familiar noises began outside, and as other people started to move through shared spaces. There was no sudden separation between night and day. Sleep loosened its hold slowly, and waking was a shared process, rather than a private one. In many homes, people rose because others had already risen. Someone stirred the fire. Someone opened a door. Someone stepped outside to check the weather or the animals. The day had begun, not because a decision was made, but because life around them was already in motion. Without machines to measure time precisely, people learned to read the morning itself. Light through a window, the color of the sky, the temperature of the air, and the sounds of the settlement all gave information. People did not need clocks to know when it was early, when it was late, or when the morning had fully arrived. These rhythms were learned over years and followed without conscious thought. Time was not counted. It was felt. This did not make mornings uncertain or chaotic. It made them responsive to real conditions. Early tasks were practical and close to home. Fires needed attention, water needed to be carried, animals needed feeding, and food needed preparation. These tasks were rarely done alone. Children were nearby, helping in small ways or watching closely. Older family members moved more slowly, but remained part of the process. Learning did not happen through explanation. It happened through presence. A child learned how to prepare food by seeing it done each morning. They learned how much effort a task required by doing it alongside others. Mistakes were corrected quietly, not with instruction, but with repetition. As the morning continued, work moved outward into shared spaces. Fields, streets, workshops, and yards began to fill with activity. In towns and villages, much of this work was visible. Craftspeople worked near open doors or windows. Stalls were set up gradually. Tools were laid out where others could see them. A blacksmith worked where sparks could be seen from the street. A weaver sat near the light. A baker's work was known by smell long before bread was ready. This visibility created familiarity. People knew who made what. They knew whose work was careful and whose was rushed. Trust and reputation formed slowly through years of being observed. Movement in the morning was deliberate. Walking was the most common way to travel, and animals were used carefully for carrying heavier loads. Journeys were planned with care because distance had weight. A short walk could take hours. A longer journey meant being away for most of the day. Because of this, people rarely traveled without purpose, and when they did, they often went together. Conversation filled the time between places, and silence was shared without discomfort. Waiting was also part of the morning. People waited for others to arrive, for tools to become available, or for conditions to change. This waiting was not considered wasted time. It was simply part of how the day unfolded. While waiting, people talked, watched others work, or repeated familiar tasks. Moments of stillness were normal and expected. There was no pressure to fill every moment. Across different periods of history, from early farming communities to pre-industrial towns, mornings created a shared rhythm that everyone understood. Work began not at a precise moment, but when the conditions were right and enough people were present. The day moved forward because people moved with it, not because it was pushed. As the sun rose higher, tasks became heavier and more focused. The soft beginning of the morning slowly gave way to sustained effort. The day was fully awake. In the next chapter, we will stay with these hours and look more closely at work itself, at how long stretches of labor shaped social life, and how being together for hours at a time formed bonds that did not need to be named. Work, time, and being together. As the day moved forward, work became the main structure of life. Not work as a separate activity, but as the space in which most interaction happened. Before technology, work rarely pulled people away from one another. It brought them together. In fields, workshops, kitchens, and streets, people spent long hours in close proximity. Tasks were physical and repetitive, and they required presence more than speed. Because of this, people were often aware of one another without making effort to be so. Being together was not planned. It was built into the day. Much of the work was done by hand and required attention, but not constant urgency. There were moments of effort followed by moments of pause. A farmer worked the soil, then rested briefly before continuing. A craftsperson repeated the same movement hundreds of times, with small breaks between tasks. These pauses created space for conversation, observation, and shared silence. Time moved differently during work. Hours were not broken into smaller units. They were experienced as stretches. This allowed people to settle into each other's presence without distraction. There was no expectation of constant stimulation. In many places, work was learned by doing it alongside others. Apprentices stood near masters. Children worked next to parents. Skills were absorbed slowly, through repetition and correction. This created a different relationship between people and time. Progress was measured in familiarity rather than speed. Someone became skilled not because they finished quickly, but because they returned to the same task day after day. Conversation during work was practical, but it also wandered. People spoke about the task at hand, about weather, about events in the village, and about people who were absent. Stories were shared in pieces, not all at once. A story might return over several days, changing slightly each time it was told. Listening was as important as speaking. Because there were fewer interruptions, attention stayed with the moment. People noticed tone, rhythm, and pause. Work also created natural boundaries between individuals and the wider community. People knew where they belonged by where they worked and who they worked with. These roles were visible. A person was known by their skill, their reliability, and their presence. Identity was shaped less by self-description and more by repeated action. This created stability. As the afternoon approached, effort increased. The body grew tired, but tasks continued. There was an understanding that work had limits. People knew when energy would fade and planned accordingly. No one expected constant productivity. Fatigue was part of the day, not a failure. Throughout these hours, being together required no explanation. People shared space, effort, and time because there was little alternative. Isolation was possible, but it was uncommon. Most people moved through the day surrounded by familiar faces, familiar movements, and familiar sounds. This did not mean life was easier. It meant it was shared. As the sun began to lower, the nature of work changed again. Tasks were brought to a close. Tools were put away. Animals were returned. The working day did not end sharply. It softened. The body signaled what came next. In the next chapter, we will follow this softening of the day into evening. We will look at what happened when work gave way to rest, and how shared time after sunset shaped memory, storytelling, and connection in a world without artificial light. Evenings without distraction. As daylight faded, the structure of the day changed on its own. Work slowed not because a rule demanded it, but because light made certain tasks difficult and others impossible. There was no sudden end to the day. Instead, activity narrowed. People finished what could still be done and accepted what would wait until morning. Tools were cleaned and set aside. Animals were settled. Food was prepared with what remained of the light. The evening did not begin with a decision. It arrived. In homes and shared buildings, fire and candlelight became the center of attention. Light no longer filled entire rooms, but formed small, defined spaces. People gathered where they could see one another clearly. Beyond that circle, the room faded into shadow. This shaped behavior. Movement slowed, voices lowered. Tasks became smaller and closer to the body. Hands stayed busy, but minds were less occupied. Without artificial light extending the day, evenings were limited. This limit created focus. People did not move from room to room. They stayed near the fire. They stayed near one another. This closeness was practical, but it also created opportunity. Conversation became the main activity. In many societies, evenings were the time when stories were shared, not as performances, but as part of ordinary life. Someone would begin speaking, often an older person, or someone who had traveled, worked elsewhere, or remembered events others had not seen. The value of this person was not entertainment, but memory. In a world without photographs, recordings, or widespread written records, remembering was a responsibility. Stories carried information. They explained where people came from, how certain practices began, and why some rules existed. They preserved events that mattered to the group. These stories were repeated often. Repetition was not a flaw. Each retelling fixed details more firmly in memory. Children learned not by being told once, but by hearing the same stories over many evenings. In this way, knowledge moved forward through time. Not everything was remembered accurately, but what mattered most survived. Evenings also allowed for reflection. People spoke about the day about small successes and mistakes, about plans for tomorrow. Advice was given quietly. Conflicts were discussed when voices were calm. The absence of distraction made attention unavoidable. There was little to look at except one another. Little to do except listen or speak. Silence was not uncomfortable. It belonged to the evening as much as words did. Across many cultures and centuries, this pattern repeated. From longhouses in the north to small homes in agricultural villages, evenings followed similar rhythms. The setting changed, the light source changed, the structure remained. People gathered, they stayed, they shared time. This did not mean evenings were always peaceful. Disagreements happened, fatigue showed, but everything occurred within a shared space. No one disappeared into a private world. As the fire burned lower, bodies responded. Yawns replaced conversation. Tasks were finished or left incomplete. Sleep did not require preparation. It followed naturally. People rested knowing that morning would come with light, not sound. What made these evenings different from our own was not comfort or hardship. It was the absence of alternatives. There was nowhere else to go, and because of that, people stayed. In the next chapter, we will look at what quietly disappeared when technology entered daily life. Not suddenly, but slowly, as evenings changed, days stretched, and being alone became easier than being together. Memory, meaning, and passing things on. The hours between work and sleep carried more than rest. They carried continuity. In a world before technology, memory did not live in objects. There were no photographs to return to, no recordings to replay, and no written records for most moments of daily life. What mattered could not be stored outside the body. It had to be held by people. Remembering was not a private activity. It was shared. Stories were one of the main ways this memory moved forward. They were not told once and completed, but returned again and again over many years. Some stories explained where a group had come from. Others explained why certain rules existed, or why specific places mattered. Many stories were simple accounts of things that had happened before, remembered because they were useful. A child did not learn these stories in a single evening. They absorbed them slowly, hearing the same words repeated in different voices at different times, with small changes. This repetition was intentional, even when it was not planned. In many societies, people who remembered well were valued, not because they were entertainers, but because they carried knowledge that could not exist anywhere else. Elders remembered long winters, failed harvests, and times of conflict. They remembered how people responded and what worked. Travelers brought news from other places and other ways of living. Their words extended the world beyond what could be seen. Listening to them was not optional, it was practical. Memory also lived in routine. The order in which tasks were done, the way food was prepared, and the timing of daily activities all carried information. People did not ask why something was done a certain way. They learned it by watching, then repeated it themselves. This created stability. When everyone followed the same patterns, cooperation became easier. People knew what to expect from one another without needing explanation. Because memory was shared, mistakes were remembered as well. A poor decision did not disappear when the day ended. People remembered what happened when food ran short, when trust was broken, or when warnings were ignored. These memories shaped behavior quietly. Advice was often given through stories rather than commands. Someone would recall a past event, allowing others to draw their own conclusions. This made correction less direct, but more lasting. Passing knowledge to the next generation was not a separate task. It happened naturally, as children stayed near adults throughout the day. They watched work being done. They listened to conversations not meant specifically for them. They learned what mattered by noticing what was repeated. There was no clear line between learning and living. Because of this closeness, people were aware of one another in ways that are rare today. Changes in mood, behavior, or routine were noticed quickly. If someone was absent, it was seen. If someone struggled, it was felt. Community awareness did not require effort or intention. It was built into daily life. This constant proximity could be difficult. Privacy was limited. Individual space was rare. But it also meant that people were rarely invisible. Lives were known through shared time, not through stories told later. Across centuries and cultures, this way of holding memory created continuity. Life changed slowly, shaped by experience rather than innovation. New tools appeared, new ideas spread, but the structure of daily life remained familiar for generations. Change did not replace memory, it rested on it. These systems of memory and meaning were not designed. They emerged because there was no alternative. Without technology to store the past, people became its carriers. Without devices to separate individuals, community became unavoidable. This did not make life easier. It made it connected. In the next chapter, we will look at what slowly shifted when technology entered daily life. Not through sudden collapse, but through gradual replacement, as memory moved into objects and people no longer needed one another in the same way to remember, plan, or live. What quietly changed? The world described in this story did not disappear in a single moment. It changed slowly, almost without being noticed. Technology did not arrive as an enemy. It arrived as help. At first, new tools made work easier. They saved time. They reduced effort. They allowed people to do more in fewer hours. Nothing seemed lost. Light extended the day. Machines shortened tasks. Records replaced memory. Each change felt small on its own. People still gathered. They still worked together. They still spoke face to face. But the reasons began to shift. As tasks required less shared effort, people spent more time alone. Work moved indoors. Skills became specialized. Learning no longer required constant presence. Memory moved out of people and into objects. Paper, then photographs, then recordings began to hold what once had to be remembered. Stories no longer needed to be repeated to survive. Evenings changed quietly. With artificial light, the day no longer narrowed. There was no natural moment when activity had to slow. People could remain awake without being together. They could be present without presence. Silence became something to fill. Over time, being alone became easier than being together. Entertainment replaced conversation. Information replaced memory. None of this required intention. It happened because it worked. What disappeared was not community, but necessity. People no longer needed one another in the same way to remember, plan, or pass things on. Shared routines became optional. Waiting disappeared. Repetition lost its role. Life became more flexible, but also more fragmented. This change brought comfort and freedom. It also brought distance. Moments once shared became private. Stories once told aloud became stored. Attention moved inward. The world before technology was not better or worse. It was different. It required closeness. It required patience. It required presence. Those requirements shaped daily life in ways that are now easy to forget. Today, traces of that world still exist. In shared meals, in long conversations without interruption, in moments when people sit together with nothing else to do. These moments feel familiar, even if they are rare. This story is not an argument for return. It is a reminder that human life once unfolded at the pace of light, work, and one another, and that for a long time, that was enough. Walking into a store today, most of us expect the price to already be waiting for us. But for much of history, value was far less certain. The price of something could change depending on the weather, the season, the person standing in front of you, or simply how desperate someone was to sell. Tonight, we explore places where goods changed hands without price tags, where value was decided in the moment, not written down. Nothing was marked, yet everything had a cost. The story takes place in markets that existed long before fixed prices were common. These were shared spaces where people met to exchange goods, labor, and access. Value was not written on objects. It was shaped by need, timing, and availability. The same item could be worth more or less within the same day. Trade depended on recognition rather than numbers. This is the story of how markets worked without fixed prices. A place of exchange. Markets did not begin as systems. They began as places. They formed where people already passed each other, near paths, crossings, ports, or open squares. The location mattered more than any rule. If people gathered there often enough, exchange followed naturally. These markets were not silent. They were active but not chaotic. Movement had a pattern. People arrived with what they had and left with what they needed. No single authority controlled the space. Order came from repetition. Goods were displayed openly. Food, tools, cloth, raw materials. Nothing carried a number. There were no signs that fixed value ahead of time. The object itself was the starting point. Value depended on context. A basket of grain meant something different in the morning than in the afternoon. Fresh goods changed meaning as the day passed. Scarcity increased value. Abundance reduced it. Everyone understood this without calculation. Exchange was not abstract. It was direct. People looked at the object. They considered their own situation. They thought about what they could offer in return. The agreement happened face to face. Voices were calm or firm, but rarely rushed. Time played a role. Someone who needed something urgently accepted different terms than someone who could wait. Someone who returned often was treated differently from someone who appeared once. Memory mattered. Reputation mattered. There was no single price because there was no single situation. Markets like this relied on recognition. People recognized quality. They recognized fairness. They recognized when an offer was unreasonable. These judgments were learned through experience, not instruction. Disagreement existed, but it did not stop the system. If no agreement was reached, exchange simply did not happen. The object remained. Another opportunity would come. Nothing forced completion. Because of this, markets adjusted constantly. They responded to weather, supply, demand, and movement. Prices did not change. Relationships did. This kind of market did not need uniform rules to function. It needed shared understanding. Everyone involved accepted that value was flexible and temporary. This was the normal condition for a long time. In the next chapter, we step back and look at how trust and expectation made such markets possible without written prices at all. Trust without numbers. For markets without fixed prices to function, exchange could not rely on numbers alone. There were no labels to settle disagreement, no written amount to point at. Instead, agreement depended on recognition. People needed to read each other, the object, and the moment at the same time. This kind of market worked best where people returned. Most buyers and sellers did not meet once. They crossed paths again and again. Over time, faces became familiar. Voices were recognized. Small habits were noticed. This familiarity reduced risk more than any written rule. Trust was not declared. It was observed. Someone who brought good goods consistently did not need to argue as much. Someone who often exaggerated quality needed to explain more. These adjustments happened quietly, without formal punishment. Reputation formed slowly. A single exchange rarely changed it. Patterns mattered more than incidents. People remembered behavior over time, not exact terms from one day. Memory replaced measurement. This memory was shared. People talked. They noticed who treated others fairly and who pushed limits. They did not need to agree completely. A general sense was enough. That sense influenced where people stopped, who they approached, and who they avoided. Trust also depended on presence. Sellers who appeared regularly were treated differently from those who came only once. A familiar seller could ask more under certain conditions. A stranger had to prove more, not through words, but through the object offered and the way they handled exchange. The object itself played a central role. Without fixed prices, value stayed close to the thing being exchanged. People touched it, examined it, compared it with others nearby. Quality was not abstract. It was physical and visible. This reduced the need for numbers. If something was clearly better, it justified a stronger demand. If it was clearly worse, no explanation could raise its value. Negotiation followed observation, not theory. Time influenced trust as well. Someone who waited patiently was treated differently from someone who rushed. Urgency changed the balance of exchange. Everyone understood this, and no one pretended otherwise. Because value was flexible, people accepted that outcomes would differ. Two people might exchange the same kind of goods on the same day and leave with different results. This was not seen as unfair. It was seen as normal. Circumstances mattered more than equality. What held the system together was acceptance of that variability. People did not expect consistency. They expected reasonableness. If an outcome made sense in context, it was accepted. If it did not, exchange stopped. Refusal was a powerful tool. Without fixed prices, walking away carried weight. It signaled that an offer crossed a boundary. This boundary was not written, but it was understood. Repeated refusals shaped behavior more effectively than enforcement. Trust was therefore not soft or generous. It was practical. It allowed flexibility without removing limits. It made space for difference without allowing chaos. It depended on attention, not goodwill. Markets like this train people to read situations carefully. They learn to judge supply by sight, demand by movement, and opportunity by timing. These skills replace calculation. They were learned through participation, not instruction. This also meant that markets could absorb change. New goods appeared, old goods disappeared, needs shifted. Because value was not fixed, the system did not break when conditions changed. It adjusted through interaction. Trust was the stabilizing force. Not trust in a rule, but trust in a shared understanding of how exchange worked. As long as people accepted that understanding, the market continued. In the next chapter, we will look at what happened when unfamiliar people entered these markets and how exchange changed when recognition was no longer shared. When strangers entered the market. Markets without fixed prices worked best when people knew each other. This balance changed when strangers entered the space. Strangers arrived for many reasons. Some traveled short distances from nearby regions. Others came from far away, following routes of trade, migration, or work. They brought goods that were unfamiliar, habits that were different, and expectations shaped elsewhere. Their presence did not stop the market, but it changed how exchange happened. Without shared history, trust could not be assumed. A stranger did not carry reputation. No one knew how they had traded before. Their words had less weight. Their offers were judged more carefully. Exchange slowed, not because people were unkind, but because risk had increased. The object became central. Goods offered by strangers were examined longer. Quality was tested more carefully. People compared them with familiar items nearby. Questions were asked openly, not to challenge the stranger, but to understand what was being offered. First exchanges were usually small. Large trades required confidence, and confidence took time. A stranger might offer something valuable, yet still receive limited interest. This was not rejection, it was caution. The stranger felt this difference immediately. In familiar places, exchange depended on recognition. Here, recognition had to be earned. Behavior mattered more than intention. Consistency mattered more than explanation. Some strangers adapted. They observed before acting. They watched how others negotiated. They learned when to speak and when to wait. They adjusted their expectations and slowed their approach. Over time, familiarity grew. A stranger who returned often became known. Their goods became predictable. Their behavior became readable. Trust formed through repetition, just as it had for others. Others did not adapt. Some pushed for quick agreement. Some expected fixed answers. They asked what something was really worth. The market did not answer directly. It responded through hesitation, refusal, or silence. These strangers remained outside. Markets did not exclude them formally. They simply did not open fully. Exchange remained possible, but limited. Access depended on patience. Strangers also changed the market itself. New goods disrupted comparison. Familiar measures no longer applied easily. People did not know how useful an unfamiliar object would be. Early exchanges were cautious and experimental. Value settled slowly. If a new good proved useful, demand increased. If it failed, interest disappeared. The market tested goods through use, not promise. Time decided what stayed. Distance shaped behavior. Strangers who traveled far often could not wait long. They needed to exchange before moving on. Their urgency was visible. Others recognized this and adjusted terms. This was not exploitation. It was recognition of situation. In markets without fixed prices, circumstance mattered. Distance, timing, and need all shaped value. As more strangers passed through, markets expanded. Some outsiders became regulars. The boundary between stranger and insider shifted. Recognition widened. Trust followed. This expansion did not require new rules. It relied on observation and adjustment. Markets absorbed difference by slowing exchange, not by stopping it. Conflicts did occur. Disagreements over quality or fairness sometimes ended exchange. Without fixed prices, resolution depended on acceptance. If acceptance could not be reached, trade did not happen. This did not damage the market. It reinforced its limits. Participation was voluntary. Agreement was necessary. No one was forced to accept terms they did not trust. Over time, these interactions shaped expectation. People learned how unfamiliarity affected value. Strangers learned that trust could not be demanded. It had to be built through presence and consistency. Markets without fixed prices survived contact with strangers because they were flexible. They adjusted without becoming rigid. They allowed difference without losing structure. Recognition expanded slowly, keeping exchange possible. In the next chapter, we will look at how increasing scale and repeated unfamiliar encounters led to the first forms of rules and structure within these markets. When rules began to appear, markets without fixed prices did not disappear suddenly. They changed slowly, often without intention. As markets grew, more people passed through them. Exchange increased. Goods moved farther. The space became busier. What had once relied on recognition began to strain under scale. With scale came pressure. More participants meant fewer repeated encounters. Familiar faces were replaced by occasional ones. Memory became less reliable. Reputation became harder to track. Trust still existed, but it no longer covered the whole space. This created uncertainty. Disagreements took longer to resolve. Some exchanges ended without agreement more often. Time was lost. For people who depended on steady trade, this mattered. At first, responses were informal. Certain places in the market became known for certain goods. Some sellers gained informal authority through long presence. People asked advice. They followed examples. No one wrote rules, but patterns hardened. Over time, these patterns began to resemble structure. Weights were introduced, not as prices, but as references. Measures helped compare quantity when trust was thin. They did not decide value. They reduced dispute. Time also became more defined. Markets began to open and close at clearer moments. Not strictly enforced at first, but observed. This helped coordination. People knew when exchange was likely to happen. These changes were practical, not ideological. They did not aim to control value. They aimed to reduce friction. The goal was not fairness in theory, but continuity in practice. Authority entered quietly. Local leaders, councils, or guild-like groups began to oversee spaces. Their role was limited. They settled disputes when exchange failed. They ensured access. They protected the market as a place, not as a system of prices. Rules were few. They addressed behavior, not value. Where one could stand, what could be sold, when exchange should pause. Value itself remained flexible. Even with these changes, prices were still not fixed. Negotiation continued. Context still mattered. Two people could still agree on different terms for the same goods. The market allowed this difference to exist. What changed was expectation. People began to assume a certain range, not a number, but a boundary. Offers outside that boundary were questioned more quickly. This reduced extremes. It made exchange faster. Writing appeared gradually. Notes recorded debts, promises, or delayed exchanges. These writings did not replace negotiation. They supported it. They helped memory, not value. Over time, these supports accumulated. Markets became easier to enter without familiarity. Strangers could exchange more quickly. Trust shifted from people to processes, not fully, but enough to matter. This shift did not erase the old way. Flexible value continued inside the new structure, but the space for pure negotiation narrowed. Speed increased, variation reduced. What had once depended entirely on shared understanding now depended partly on form. This change was uneven. Some markets adopted rules quickly, others resisted. Many existed between both states for long periods. There was no single moment when the old system ended, but the direction was clear. As exchange scaled, it demanded clarity. As clarity increased, flexibility decreased. In the next chapter, we will look at how fixed prices finally emerged and what was gained and lost when value stopped being decided face to face. When prices became fixed. Fixed prices did not appear because markets failed. They appeared because markets changed purpose. As trade expanded, exchange was no longer only about meeting needs in the moment. It became about volume, speed, and predictability. Goods moved farther and faster. Sellers dealt with many people they would never meet again. In this situation, negotiation became a cost. Each exchange required time. Each disagreement slowed movement. For large-scale trade, this delay mattered more than flexibility. What had once been a strength became friction. Fixed prices offered a solution. A number placed on an object removed the need for discussion. It allowed strangers to exchange without knowing each other. It reduced uncertainty. It made outcomes predictable. This predictability was valuable. For sellers, fixed prices simplified planning. They could estimate income. They could manage supply. They could expand without relying on personal recognition. For buyers, fixed prices reduced effort. They did not need to judge the seller. They did not need to test fairness. The number itself carried authority. This authority did not come from truth. It came from agreement. Once a price was posted, refusal took a different form. Instead of negotiation, the choice became simple: accept or leave. The relationship between people mattered less than the relationship between person and object. Markets became quieter in some ways. Less conversation was needed. Fewer disputes occurred in public. Exchange became faster and more uniform. Differences between buyers mattered less at the moment of purchase. Something was lost in this shift. Context mattered less. Urgency mattered less. Circumstance mattered less. The same object carried the same value regardless of who needed it or when. This was efficient, but it was also rigid. Fixed prices did not remove judgment entirely. They moved it earlier. Decisions about value were made before the market opened, not during exchange. That judgment was often invisible to buyers. Authority shifted. Instead of many small decisions made face-to-face, fewer decisions were made behind the scenes. Trust moved away from people and towards systems. Signs, tags, and lists replaced recognition. This made markets easier to enter. Someone could arrive without history and still exchange. Familiarity was no longer required. Memory was no longer central. The market no longer needed to remember people. But this also reduced responsibility. When value was fixed, disagreement felt personal rather than situational. There was less space to adjust without conflict. Refusal no longer shaped behavior gradually. It simply ended exchange. Over time, fixed prices became normal. They spread with shops, stores, and later institutions that depended on scale. They supported distance trade. They supported standardization. They supported growth. Yet even in these systems, traces of the older market remained. Bargaining survived at edges. Discounts appeared. Exceptions were made. Value still shifted under pressure, even if the number stayed the same. The idea of fixed price was never absolute. It was a tool. It traded flexibility for speed. It traded recognition for efficiency. It traded shared judgment for centralized decision. Understanding this shift matters because it shows that fixed prices were not inevitable. They were chosen. They solved specific problems at a specific scale. In the final chapter, we look at what remains of markets without fixed prices today and how flexible value continues to exist inside systems built on numbers. What still exists today? Markets without fixed prices did not disappear. They became less visible. Even in systems built on numbers, flexible value still exists. It appears where context matters more than uniformity. It appears where speed is less important than agreement. Some exchanges still depend on recognition. Services are often negotiated. Payment depends on scope, urgency, or relationship. The same work can lead to different outcomes, even when the task looks similar. Value is discussed, adjusted, and settled through conversation. Informal markets also continue. Local exchange, repair, reuse, and second-hand trade often rely on judgment rather than tags. Condition matters, need matters, timing matters. Two people meet and decide what feels acceptable. Digital spaces have not removed this. Online platforms show numbers, but final value often shifts. Offers are made, counters are sent, deals change based on response. Even when a price is listed, it is not always final. What has changed is visibility. In the earlier markets, flexible value was the rule. Today, it exists at the edges. It appears where systems leave space, or where they cannot easily define worth in advance. Fixed prices dominate because they work well at scale. They support speed. They support distance. They allow exchange without attention. For most daily needs, this is useful. But fixed prices do not replace judgment. They postpone it. Someone still decides what a thing should cost. That decision happens before exchange, not during it. It is removed from the moment and placed elsewhere. Because of this, negotiation has not vanished. It has moved. It happens in contracts. It happens in services. It happens in exceptions. The older market logic remains inside these spaces. Value is still shaped by need, context, and relationship. Numbers do not erase that. They organize around it. Understanding markets without fixed prices helps explain this. It shows that value was once fluid by default. It depended on people seeing each other and responding to situation. Fixed prices did not replace that logic. They narrowed it. What remains today is a mix. Numbers handle volume. Judgment handles complexity. The story of markets without fixed prices is not a story of loss. It is a story of adaptation. Systems changed, but older ways of deciding value did not vanish. They adjusted. Exchange still depends on agreement. Not every agreement is written. Not every value is marked. Not every decision is final. This is what remains. A lot of us rarely think about insurance until something suddenly goes wrong. But for most of history, one accident, one storm, one fire, or one lost shipment could completely destroy a person's future overnight. And out of that uncertainty, people slowly began creating ways to share risk, long before modern insurance companies ever existed. Every day, millions of people pay for something they hope never to use. A small amount of money, every month for years, sometimes a lifetime. And if nothing goes wrong, it simply disappears. But if something does go wrong, someone else pays. That arrangement, so ordinary now that most people barely think about it, took thousands of years to build. Before insurance existed, a fire meant starting over from nothing. A shipwreck meant ruin. An illness meant your family had no income and no help. There was no system, no form to fill in, no company to call, just you and whatever you had managed to hold on to. And yet people found ways. Long before any insurance company existed, merchants, sailors, stonemasons, and soldiers built systems to share risk with each other, quietly, practically, out of necessity. This is the story of how those systems grew, from ancient trading roads to the coffee houses of London, and how they became the industry that today insures everything from ships to satellites to famous legs. This is the story of insurance. What insurance actually is. Before anything else, it helps to understand what insurance actually is, because the idea is simpler than it sounds and older than almost anything in modern life. At its most basic, insurance is an agreement between people to share risk. Imagine 10 fishermen in the same village. Each one owns a boat. Each one knows that storms happen, that boats sink, that a bad season can destroy everything they have built. If one of them loses his boat, he is ruined. But if all 10 of them agree to put a small amount into a shared fund each month, then when one of them loses his boat, the fund covers it. The loss is spread across 10 people instead of falling entirely on one. That is insurance, not a product, not a financial instrument, a shared agreement against uncertainty. The word itself comes from the Latin securus, meaning free from care, which is, at its heart, what the whole system promises. Not that nothing bad will happen, but that if it does, you will not face it alone. For most of human history, that promise was kept not by companies or contracts, but by communities, families, villages, guilds, religious groups. The people around you were your insurance. If your harvest failed, your neighbors shared food. If your house burned, your community helped rebuild it. If you died, your extended family cared for your children. This worked, more or less, when people lived close together and knew each other well. It worked when communities were stable and relationships were long. But as trade grew, as merchants began sending ships across oceans, as goods moved between cities and continents, as money became the currency of everything, the old informal systems began to strain. A fisherman could rely on his neighbors, but a merchant sending a ship full of silk from Genoa to Alexandria was dealing with strangers, distances, and risks that no village community could absorb. Something more formal was needed, something that could work between people who had never met, across distances that no one could walk in a lifetime. And so, slowly, over centuries, in ports and markets and coffee houses and chambers of commerce, the modern idea of insurance was built, piece by piece, from necessity. It did not start in one place or at one moment. It started everywhere that people faced risk they could not face alone. And it started much earlier than most people think. In the next chapter, we travel back to the ancient world, to the first merchants who found a way to share the risk of losing everything at sea. The ancient world and the first risk sharers. FOs. Long before any insurance company existed, merchants on the Mediterranean and along the rivers of Asia had already understood the basic problem. Trade required risk, and risk, if it fell entirely on one person, could destroy them. The Chinese were among the first to find a practical solution. Merchants moving goods down fast and dangerous rivers did something simple and effective. They spread their cargo across many boats. If one boat capsized, the merchant lost only a fraction of what he was carrying. The loss was distributed across the journey rather than concentrated in a single disaster. It was not insurance in the formal sense, but it was the same idea, spreading risk to limit the damage any single event could cause. In Babylon, the approach became more structured. The Code of Hammurabi, one of the oldest written legal systems in the world, contained rules about what happened when a merchant lost his cargo. Under the Babylonian system, a merchant could take a loan to fund a trading voyage. If the voyage succeeded, he repaid the loan with interest. But if his cargo was lost, stolen, sunk, destroyed, the loan was cancelled. The lender absorbed the loss. The lender charged higher interest to account for this risk. That extra payment was, in effect, a premium, and the cancellation of the loan in case of disaster was, in effect, a payout. This arrangement was called bottomry, and it travelled. Phoenician traders carried the concept across the Mediterranean. Greek merchants used it. Roman law recognized it and formalized it. The idea spread because it worked, because merchants who used it could trade further, risk more, and recover from disaster in ways that merchants without it could not. The Romans added something else. In their cities, burial societies formed among soldiers, craftsmen, and the poor. Members paid a small monthly fee into a shared fund. When a member died, the fund paid for his funeral and provided support to his family. It was not sea insurance. It was something more personal. Protection against the one event that every person, rich or poor, could not avoid. These burial societies spread across the Roman Empire. They existed in Rome, in Alexandria, in the provinces of Gaul and Britain. They were among the first institutions anywhere in the world to offer ordinary people, not merchants, not aristocrats, a form of financial protection against loss. When Rome fell and the medieval world took shape, the guilds inherited this tradition. A guild of weavers or blacksmiths or stonemasons would pool resources to support members who fell ill, whose workshops burned, whose families were left without income. The guild was your safety net. Membership was your protection. None of this looked like modern insurance. There were no policies, no actuaries, no annual reports. But the logic underneath all of it was identical. Share the risk, distribute the loss, protect the individual through the collective. That logic was ancient, and it was about to become something much bigger. In the next chapter, we move to the Italian trading cities of the medieval period, where the first written insurance contracts appeared and where the modern industry truly began. Genoa, Venice, and the first written contracts. By the 13th century, the great trading cities of northern Italy had become the commercial heart of the known world. Genoa and Venice sat at the crossroads of trade routes that connected Europe to the Middle East, to North Africa, to the spice routes of Asia. Ships left their harbors loaded with wool, grain, silk, silver. They returned, if they returned, with pepper, cotton, dyes, and goods that could make a merchant very wealthy, or, if the ship went down, leave him with nothing at all. The sums involved had grown too large for informal arrangements. A merchant sending a ship to Alexandria was not dealing with a neighbor. He was dealing with captains he barely knew, routes he had never sailed, weather no one could predict, and pirates who operated beyond any law. What emerged in Genoa sometime in the 13th century was something new. A written contract specifically designed to transfer the risk of a voyage from the merchant to someone else. The earliest known written marine insurance contract dates from Genoa and covers a shipment of goods in the late 1300s. The document is formal detailed and legally binding. It names the ship, the route, the cargo, the premium paid, and the conditions under which the insurer would pay out if the cargo was lost. It is, in almost every recognizable way, an insurance policy. The people who signed at the bottom of these contracts, agreeing to cover a portion of the risk in exchange for a portion of the premium, became known as underwriters. They wrote their commitment under the details of the policy. The name has lasted 500 years. From Genoa, the practice spread, to Venice, to Barcelona, to Bruges and Amsterdam. Wherever serious maritime trade existed, insurance contracts followed, because without them, the risks of long-distance trade were simply too large for any individual merchant to carry alone. The contracts became more sophisticated over time. Clauses were added for different kinds of loss. Standard rates were developed for different routes and different seasons. Legal frameworks grew up around the documents to handle disputes. What had begun as a practical arrangement between merchants at a port became a recognizable industry, one with its own language, its own customs, and its own growing body of law. And it was about to cross the Channel. By the late 1600s, the center of maritime trade was shifting. Amsterdam was powerful, but London was growing fast, the capital of a nation whose ships were reaching further and further across the world, whose merchants needed to insure more cargo against more risk than ever before. They needed a place to meet, a place where information gathered, where deals were struck, where the business of risk could be conducted over a cup of something warm. In the next chapter, we go to a coffee house on a London street, and the moment when modern insurance truly found its home. The coffee house on Tower Street. London in the late 1600s was a city rebuilding itself. The Great Fire of 1666 had destroyed a vast portion of the city. Thousands of houses, dozens of churches, the old medieval heart of London reduced to ash and rubble over 5 days in September. The rebuilding that followed changed the shape of the city, and it also changed something else. It made people think, perhaps for the first time in a practical and urgent way, about what happened when everything you owned burned down. Fire insurance was one result. Within a year of the Great Fire, the first fire insurance offices appeared in London. They were small, informal, and not always reliable, but they represented something new. The idea that you could pay a regular sum and be protected against a specific disaster had moved from the world of maritime trade into the daily lives of ordinary city dwellers. But it was a coffee house, not a fire, that shaped what came next. Edward Lloyd ran a coffee house on Tower Street, near the docks of the Thames. It was a practical location. Sailors, ship owners, merchants, and the men who made their living from maritime trade all passed through the area. Lloyd's was warm. It served coffee. It kept shipping news posted and available. It became, naturally and without any grand design, the place where people involved in ships and sea trade came to talk business. By the late 1600s, Lloyd's Coffee House had become the recognized center for marine insurance in London. Merchants who needed to insure a cargo came there. Men with money who were willing to accept a share of the risk in exchange for a share of the premium were also there. A broker would move between them, matching the risk with the capital, and a deal would be written on the spot. The men who agreed to cover a portion of the risk would write their names at the bottom of the document, one beneath the other, along with the percentage of the risk they were taking on. They were, literally, writing their names under the terms. Underwriters. Lloyd himself was not an insurer. He was a coffee house owner who understood that his customers needed information. about which ships had arrived, which had been lost, which routes were dangerous. He hired runners to bring news from the docks. He compiled what he knew and made it available. Good information was what made the business work, and Lloyd provided it. When he died in 1713, the coffee house continued under different owners. The community of merchants and underwriters who met there had by then become something larger than any single building. A market, a system, a shared institution that understood itself to have obligations and standards. The institution that grew from that coffee house still exists today. It insures ships, aircraft, satellites, oil platforms, and things far stranger. The legs of dancers, the voices of singers, the hands of surgeons. It operates from a building in the City of London and writes tens of billions in premiums every year. It is still called Lloyd's. In the next chapter, we look at how ordinary people, not merchants, not ship owners, but working men and women, slowly gained access to insurance and what it cost them when they did not have it. When ordinary people had nothing. For most of the history of insurance, the people who needed it most were the least likely to have it. Marine insurance protected merchants and their cargoes. Fire insurance, when it emerged, covered property, which meant it was useful mainly to those who owned property. Life insurance, in its early forms, was expensive enough to be a luxury of the middle and upper classes. For the vast majority of working people in the 18th and 19th centuries, labourers, factory workers, miners, farmhands, domestic servants, formal insurance simply did not exist. If you lost your job, there was no payment. If you fell ill, there was no income. If you died, your family had nothing. The consequences were immediate and total. A factory worker who broke his arm could not work. A week without work meant no food. A month meant debts. A season could mean the workhouse, the last resort for the destitute, where families were separated and life was controlled in exchange for bare survival. A miner who died in a pit accident left behind a wife and children with no income, no savings, and no claim on anyone. Whatever neighbours and family could provide was everything. When that ran out, there was nothing more. This was not unusual. It was the ordinary condition of working life. And so, as they had always done, ordinary people built their own systems. The friendly societies that spread across Britain in the 18th and 19th centuries were among the most important of these. A group of workers from the same trade, the same neighbourhood, the same pub, would form a society and agree to pay a small weekly or monthly amount into a shared fund. When a member fell ill, the fund paid a small income to cover the gap. When a member died, the fund contributed to burial costs and provided something for the family. These societies were everywhere. By the middle of the 19th century, millions of working people in Britain belonged to one. They had names, rules, meetings, officers, and rituals. Some were local and small. Others grew into large national organizations. In Germany, the approach became national policy. In the 1880s, the government introduced compulsory state insurance for workers, covering illness, accidents, and old age. It was the first time anywhere in the world that a national government had taken on the systematic responsibility of protecting working people from these risks. Other countries watched and slowly followed. In the United States, the development was slower and more fragmented. Private insurance companies grew through the 19th century. Some were reliable, some were not. The collapse of an insurance company could leave its policyholders with nothing, which was, for many of them, the same situation they had been in before. The Great Depression of the 1930s changed the American approach. When millions lost their jobs and their savings simultaneously, the inadequacy of the private system became impossible to ignore. Social Security was introduced, a national system of contributions and payments that gave ordinary Americans, for the first time, a floor beneath which they could not fall. What these systems shared, the Friendly Societies of Britain, the state insurance of Germany, the Social Security of America, was the same ancient logic that Chinese merchants had applied to their boats on dangerous rivers: spread the risk, share the loss, protect the individual through the collective. The tools had changed. The scale had grown beyond anything imaginable in the ancient world. But the idea was the same. In the final chapter, we look at where that idea went next, and at the remarkable world of modern insurance, where the things being protected have become stranger and larger than anyone in a coffee house on Tower Street could ever have imagined. The world that insures itself. The insurance industry today is so large and so woven into daily life that it is almost invisible. Cars cannot legally drive on public roads in most countries without it. Mortgages cannot be issued without it. Airlines cannot fly. Hospitals cannot operate. Businesses cannot borrow without some form of insurance covering the risks involved. The global insurance industry handles trillions of dollars in premiums every year, a number so large it has stopped meaning much. But underneath that scale, the system still works in essentially the same way it did in Genoa in the 13th century, or in Edward Lloyd's coffee house in 1688, or in a friendly society meeting above a pub in the 1800s. Someone faces a risk they cannot carry alone. They pay a regular sum into a shared pool. If the risk materializes, the pool pays out. The individual is protected. The loss is distributed. What has changed is everything around that core idea. Modern insurance companies employ actuaries, mathematicians who spend their careers calculating the precise probability of almost any event. How likely is a house in a particular area to flood? How many cars of a specific model will be involved in accidents this year? What is the probability that a 45-year-old non-smoker will die before their mortgage is paid off? These calculations determine the premiums, the price of the promise. The precision is remarkable and occasionally humbling, because no calculation is perfect, and when something genuinely unexpected happens, the system is tested in ways its designers did not anticipate. Large disasters test insurance in a particular way. When a major earthquake, hurricane, or industrial accident causes losses large enough to threaten the companies that insured against them, those companies have their own protection. Reinsurance, insurance for insurance companies, exists to absorb losses that would otherwise be unmanageable. A catastrophic flood might be covered by a local insurer, who is covered by a reinsurer, who is covered by another reinsurer. The risk spread across a chain of institutions until it becomes manageable at every point. Lloyd's of London, still operating 3 centuries after the coffee house on Tower Street, insures things that no other market will touch. Satellites in orbit, offshore oil platforms, the legs of footballers, the voice of a famous singer, a grain of rice with a portrait engraved on it. Policies have been written for film productions, for sporting events, for the possibility that a particular scientific experiment might produce unexpected results. Health insurance, which barely existed a century ago, now covers hundreds of millions of people around the world, some through private markets, some through national systems funded by taxation and contributions. The arguments about which approach works best are ongoing and unresolved. But the underlying question is the same one that Roman burial societies were answering 2,000 years ago. How does a community protect its members from the costs of illness and death? The answer has always been the same. You share it. What began with Chinese merchants spreading silk across many boats, with Babylonian traders agreeing to cancel each other's loans, with Roman soldiers paying monthly into a fund for their own funerals, became, over thousands of years, one of the largest and most complex industries in human history. And at the center of all of it, unchanged, is an idea simple enough to explain to a child. If something bad happens to me and I cannot face it alone, we face it together. That is what insurance is. That is what it has always been. It's easy to forget how connected the world has become. A message can cross oceans in seconds, and most journeys that once took months can now be done in a single day. But for most of history, leaving home often meant stepping into uncertainty, and sometimes never returning at all. Tonight, we explore a time when departure was uncertain, and leaving was not followed by expectation of return. Travel began, but arrival was not assumed. The story takes place in periods when travel meant separation without clear end. People left their homes for work, trade, war, or migration, often without knowing if they would come back. Distance was slow to cross. Communication was limited or absent. Leaving changed family structure, property, and daily life at home. Absence was not temporary. It reshaped everything that remained. This is the story of when leaving home meant you might never return. Departure as a one-way act. Leaving home was not a short decision. It was rarely sudden. It followed long consideration, discussion, and preparation. People did not leave because movement was easy. They left because staying was no longer possible, or because opportunity existed elsewhere. Once the decision was made, departure carried weight. Travel took time. Routes were slow. Roads, rivers, and sea crossings separated people not just by distance, but by uncertainty. A journey could last weeks or months. Many ended without record. Communication did not follow travelers. Messages moved slowly, if at all. Once someone left, those who remained often had no way to know where they were, how they fared, or whether they still lived. Silence was normal. It did not mean disaster. It meant distance. Because of this, departure was treated as separation. Families adjusted before anyone left. Responsibilities were reassigned. Property was secured. Work was redistributed. Absence was planned for, not assumed to be brief. A person who left was no longer counted in daily routines. They were remembered, but not relied upon. Life continued without expectation of update. The household reorganized itself around what remained, not around hope of return. Those who left understood this. They carried tools, letters, or symbols of identity, but not certainty. They did not expect rescue or assistance along the way. They depended on strangers, custom, and chance. Leaving also changed identity. A traveler became something else the moment they crossed distance. They were no longer fully part of the place they left, and not yet part of anywhere else. Their status was temporary, undefined. This condition could last years. Some never returned. Some returned changed beyond recognition. Some disappeared into other places and were absorbed into new lives. For those at home, these outcomes were rarely distinguished clearly. What mattered was absence. Leaving did not create suspense. It created a gap. That gap shaped how people thought about movement, family, and obligation. It made home a fixed point, not a temporary stop. Understanding this matters because it explains why departure once felt final, even when no goodbye was spoken. In the next chapter, we will step outward and look at the forces that pushed people to leave despite this uncertainty. Why people still left. People did not leave home because they wanted adventure. Leaving was rarely exciting. It was heavy. It came after long periods of doubt and pressure. Most people stayed as long as they could. Leaving meant breaking ties that could not easily be restored. One strong reason was work. In many places, work slowly disappeared. Land produced less food. Tools broke and could not be replaced. Local trade weakened. These changes did not happen suddenly. They built up over years. Life became tighter. Margins disappeared. Staying meant surviving, not improving. For families, this created imbalance. Too many people depended on too little income. Young adults were often the first to leave. Their absence reduced pressure on those who stayed behind. Leaving became a way to protect the household, even if it caused pain. People did not leave with clear plans. They did not know where they would end up. They did not know how long the journey would take. They only knew that remaining meant decline. Leaving at least allowed movement. Another reason was obligation. Some people were required to leave. Military service removed them from home without choice. Political decisions changed borders, laws, or ownership. A person could become unsafe in their own village without doing anything wrong. In these cases, departure was sudden. People left without preparing the household fully. Tools, land, and animals were left behind. Responsibility shifted quickly to those who remained. Return was uncertain because the conditions that forced departure often lasted for years. Leaving was also shaped by stories. News traveled slowly, but it traveled. A letter arrived months later. A traveler returned after many years. A rumor spread along roads and rivers. These fragments mattered. They showed that life continued elsewhere. People did not need proof. They needed possibility. Even unclear information could outweigh familiar hardship. The idea that another place existed, where work was possible, changed how people judged their situation. Distance itself mattered. A far destination reduced expectation of return. Leaving nearby allowed some hope. Leaving far away often meant final separation. People understood this difference clearly. Because of this, choices were weighted. Some left knowing they would not come back. Others left hoping for return, but planning as if it would not happen. Hope did not remove preparation. Journeys were slow. Travel took weeks or months. Roads were unsafe. Ships were crowded. Illness spread easily. Accidents were common. Many people did not survive the journey itself. Those losses were rarely recorded. For families at home, this created silence. Silence became normal. It did not always signal death. It signaled uncertainty. People learned to live with not knowing. This changed how time was experienced. Waiting was not active. It was passive. Life did not pause. Fields were planted. Children grew. Decisions were made. Absence became permanent in practice, even if return was still imagined. Leaving also changed identity. A person who left was no longer fully part of home life. Their role faded. Someone else took over their work. Authority shifted. Even their name might be spoken less often over time. Those who returned faced this change directly. They came back to places that had adapted without them. Relationships were different. Expectations had shifted. Return did not undo absence. It created a new imbalance. Because of this, Return was not always welcomed easily. People who stayed had learned to live without the traveler. Adjusting again required effort. In some cases, return caused tension rather than relief. Still, people kept leaving. They left because pressure remained. Staying was not neutral. It carried risk as well. Hunger, conflict, and stagnation affected everyone who remained. Leaving concentrated risk in one person. Staying spread it across many. For many families, that trade felt necessary. Understanding this explains why departure became common, even when return was unlikely. Leaving was not chosen lightly. It was chosen because all other options narrowed. In the next chapter, we will look at how those who stayed behind lived with long absence and how daily life continued when return was no longer expected. Living with absence. When someone left, life at home did not stop. It adjusted. The first change was practical. Work that had been done by one person had to be taken over by others. Fields were still planted. Animals were still cared for. Tools were still used. Tasks were redistributed without discussion because they had to be. Absence was treated as a condition, not an event. There was no clear moment when people decided that someone was gone for good. Instead, time passed. Days became weeks. Weeks became seasons. Silence settled in slowly. At first, people expected news. They waited for a message. They listened for travelers. They asked questions when someone new arrived in the area. This waiting was quiet. It did not interrupt daily work. As time passed, expectation changed. People stopped actively looking for information, not because they stopped caring, but because looking no longer changed anything. Silence became part of normal life. Households reorganized. Decisions were made without consulting the person who had left. Money was managed differently. Land was reassigned. Authority shifted to those who were present. These changes were not emotional. They were necessary. Children adapted quickly. They learned new routines. They followed new adults. Memory of the absent person remained, but it did not guide daily behavior. Life taught them to focus on what was present. Adults adapted more slowly. They remembered what had been shared. They adjusted expectations gradually. Over time, absence became familiar. It lost urgency, but not meaning. Objects carried weight. Clothing, tools, or letters left behind remained in use or were stored away. Some were kept carefully. Others were reused without comment. These choices reflected need more than sentiment. Absence also affected planning. Long-term decisions avoided reliance on return. Marriages were arranged. Work commitments were made. Property was transferred. Life moved forward based on what could be counted on. This did not mean hope disappeared. Hope changed shape. It became quiet and distant. It did not shape action. It existed alongside acceptance, not against it. People learned to live with both at the same time. Community played a role. Neighbors stepped in when needed. Support was informal. No one replaced the absent person fully. Instead, responsibility was spread. This reduced strain and allowed households to continue. Stories were told. Sometimes the absent person was mentioned in conversation, sometimes not. Over time, mention became less frequent. This was not forgetting, it was adjustment. In some cases, news did arrive. A traveler returned. A message was delivered. Information confirmed survival or death. These moments brought clarity, but not restoration. By then, life had already changed. In many cases, no news arrived at all. Absence remained open-ended. It was neither resolved nor explained. It simply became part of family history. Living with absence shaped how people understood departure. Leaving was not seen as temporary by default. It was seen as a break. Even when return was possible, it was not assumed. This understanding passed between generations. Children grew up knowing that leaving could mean permanent separation. This shaped how they viewed travel, obligation, and home. Absence was not dramatic. It was quiet, steady, and lasting. In the next chapter, we will look at how departure changed the meaning of home itself, and how places adapted to constant movement without expecting return. How home changed. When people left and did not return, home did not freeze in time. It adjusted slowly, often without clear moments of decision. Change happened because it had to, not because it was chosen. Daily life demanded continuity, even when people were missing. The first pressure came from work. Every household depended on labor. When one person left, their tasks did not disappear. Fields still needed care. Tools still needed use. Animals still needed attention. Someone else had to take over. This shift was not always equal. Children worked earlier. Older people worked longer. Roles stretched. What had once been shared became concentrated. Over time, households reorganized around fewer people doing more. This changed authority. Decisions moved toward those who remained present. The absent person no longer shaped choices. Even if they were remembered, they were not consulted. Practical control replaced emotional attachment. Land followed this logic. Land could not wait. If it remained unused, it failed everyone. Others stepped in to manage it. Sometimes this happened within the family. Sometimes neighbors or the wider community took responsibility. Over time, use became more important than ownership. Claims weakened with distance. The longer someone was gone, the harder it became to argue that something still belonged to them. Absence reduced voice. Presence created legitimacy. Homes adapted physically. Rooms were reassigned. Furniture moved. Tools changed hands. Storage spaces were reused. These changes were not symbolic. They reflected new needs. The house began to fit the people who lived there now, not those who had left. This reshaped memory. Objects once associated with the absent person lost clear meaning. Some were kept. Others were used by someone else. Over time, objects became tools again, not reminders. Home became less personal. It became more functional. Community involvement increased. Where families lost members, others filled the gaps. Help was offered through shared labor, childcare, and exchange. This support was informal. It did not replace absence. It made survival possible. Because of this, home extended outward. Belonging depended less on blood and more on participation. People who stayed became more important than people who had left. This affected how people spoke. Language shifted. Instead of saying someone was away, people said they were gone. The difference was small but meaningful. Away suggested return. Gone accepted distance. Goodbyes reflected this shift. People avoided strong promises. They did not say, "See you soon." They did not set dates. Leaving was acknowledged without framing it as temporary. This protected those who stayed. It reduced disappointment. It allowed life to move forward without constant expectation. Hope remained, but it stayed quiet. Time reinforced these changes. As years passed, absence became normal. New generations grew up knowing that some people left and never came back. This was not shocking. It was part of how the world worked. Home became a place shaped by continuity, not completeness. It was built to endure loss. It was organized to function with fewer people. It valued stability over reunion. This did not mean home lost meaning. It meant meaning shifted. Home became something to maintain, not something to wait for. It mattered because it supported life now, not because it promised restoration later. Understanding this change explains why departure felt final even without certainty. Home itself had learned how to continue without return. In the next chapter, we will look at how people who left understood home from a distance and how memory slowly replaced presence over time. The journey without return. Leaving home did not end at the moment of departure. For the traveler, leaving became a condition that lasted. Distance did not resolve quickly. Roads were long, routes were indirect. Progress depended on weather, transport, and access rather than intention. Movement was slow. Travel followed external limits. Animals needed rest. Ships waited for wind. Roads disappeared or changed direction. A journey measured in distance became a journey measured in time. Days lost clear shape. Without fixed schedules, time was marked by repetition. Walking, waiting, resting, moving again. One place blended into the next. The idea of almost there rarely applied. Communication did not follow. Once the traveler moved beyond familiar reach, contact ended. Messages could be written, but not answered. There was no confirmation of arrival, no correction of misunderstanding. Silence followed every attempt to reach home. Because of this, memory stopped updating. Home remained fixed at the moment of departure. Faces stayed the same. Places did not change. The traveler carried an image that slowly separated from reality without knowing it. This image gained weight. With no new information, memory filled gaps. Details were simplified. Complexity faded. Home became smaller and clearer than it had ever been. It existed as a stable reference point, not a living place. The journey demanded attention elsewhere. The traveler focused on immediate needs: shelter, food, health, direction. These concerns replaced long-term thinking. The future narrowed to the next stage of movement. The body mattered more than plans. Fatigue accumulated. Illness slowed progress. Injury changed routes. Recovery depended on strangers. Travel reshaped the body before it reshaped intention. Identity shifted quietly. Away from home, the traveler was known by function, not history. Worker, passenger, laborer, assistant. Roles were temporary and practical. Titles held at home lost relevance. Name mattered less than usefulness. The traveler learned to adapt language, behavior, and expectation. Survival required adjustment. Familiar habits faded when they no longer worked. Time continued to stretch. Weeks passed without markers. Months followed without confirmation of direction. Arrival became less certain than the continuation. The journey itself became the dominant condition. Return slowly lost clarity, not through decision, but through distance. The longer the traveler moved forward, the harder backward movement became. Return required resources, permission, and opportunity that were not always available. Opportunity lay ahead, not behind. Some travelers stopped moving before reaching a destination. They settled where work appeared, not because it matched a plan, but because movement ended. Home shifted without ceremony. The journey stopped shaping direction. Others continued longer. They crossed boundaries of language, custom, and belonging. Each crossing required adjustment. Each adjustment weakened attachment to the place left behind. Home became abstract. It existed as reference rather than goal, a point of origin rather than a destination. The traveler no longer expected return to restore anything. Memory continued without correction. What was remembered stayed unchanged. What had altered at home remained unknown. The gap widened silently. By the time return became possible, the traveler had already adapted to absence. Home, as it was remembered, no longer existed. Home, as it existed, was unfamiliar. The journey did not end with arrival elsewhere. It ended when return no longer made sense. In the next chapter, we will look at what happened when distance was crossed again, and why coming back rarely restored what had been left behind. When return did not restore. Return, when it happened, did not close the distance. The traveler came back carrying a version of home formed during the journey. That version was stable because it had not changed. The place itself had continued to move. Time had altered routines, roles, and authority without waiting. Arrival revealed this difference quickly. Home recognized the traveler by face and name, but not by function. Work had been reassigned. Decisions had been made. Daily life followed patterns that no longer required correction. This was not rejection. It was continuation. The household had learned how to operate without interruption. Presence was welcomed, but it did not undo what had already been set in place. The traveler returned as someone added to the present, not as someone restoring the past. Language showed this shift. People spoke carefully. Some events were explained briefly. Others were left untouched. Gaps existed without being named. Silence marked choices that no longer needed agreement. Authority had moved. Those who stayed had carried responsibility during absence. They had made decisions and lived with the results. On return, authority did not move back. It remained with presence, not with memory. The traveler felt this through use, not discussion. Tools were no longer where they were remembered. Work followed different timing. Familiar spaces guided movement differently. The body hesitated where it once moved without thought. Return required adjustment. Habits formed during travel did not disappear. Pace felt altered. Attention stayed forward. The traveler listened differently, expected less explanation. Home also adjusted to the traveler. Space was made, but carefully. Balance was protected. Reintegration happened slowly, if at all. Roles were not reassigned by agreement, but by practice. In some cases, return did not last. The traveler left again, not from restlessness, but from misalignment. Presence did not equal belonging. Distance had created separate structures that could not be merged easily. In other cases, the traveler stayed. Life continued, but with separation inside closeness. Belonging existed, but not fully. Memory and present did not overlap. Leaving once had changed both sides. Even when distance was crossed again, time could not be reversed. Return did not restore what had been left. It created a new condition that required adjustment from everyone involved. This is why leaving home once meant more than distance. Today, travel looks different. Roads are faster, ships are quicker. Messages arrive almost immediately. Distance can be crossed without long silence. But the structure of leaving has not fully changed. People still depart knowing that return will not restore everything. Work still reshapes identity. Time away still changes habits. Home still adapts without waiting. Contact is easier now, but correction is limited. Messages show words, not daily structure. Images show faces, not routines. Home can be seen, but not lived from a distance. Change still happens between updates. Return still requires adjustment. Roles shift during absence. Decisions are made without pause. Presence does not undo continuity. Coming back still often means entering a life that has already reorganized itself. What remains is not the journey itself. What remains is the effect of distance over time. Leaving still creates separation. Time still reshapes both sides. Return still does not restore what was left unchanged. This is what remains. And somewhere along the way, many of these old struggles slowly disappeared into the background of everyday life. Life gradually became faster, safer, and more connected, until many of the systems around us became almost invisible. But for countless people before us, everyday life was often shaped by uncertainty, patience, distance, and simple routines that now feel almost impossible to imagine. Thank you for spending this time here with me. And wherever you are in the world, I hope these stories brought you a little calm, a little curiosity, and a peaceful night ahead. Good night.